Ladies and gentlemen, somebody like right above me is like moving furniture. It's like the fucking loud. It's like literally been going on now for an hour. It's like the loudest shit ever. So I don't know if you can hear it right now. It sounds like an animal is like dying above me. Um, so if you hear some strange noises, that's what that is. What is up, people? What is up? Um, anyways, how's it going? We have a stream today. It's not gonna be as long as the last stream, but um wait, no, don't do what? Also, I want to thank the guy, I don't know who he was, that gave $1 before, because I initially did a stream, same title, planned, and then morale rated into it, I guess. And then OBS, I guess, updated or something, because like to go live, something wasn't fucking working, and then it made stream go for 1 second and then end, so I had to go restart it. So to whoever gave the $1 on the last like waiting stream or whatever, just tell me your name and I will acknowledge acknowledge it, but much appreciated. It was Big Aaron. Shout out to Big Aaron. Turn your Sibian off. We can hear it. I don't know what the fuck that is. Anyways, so there was a lot of shit I missed, and while I was gone, I wasn't really watching a whole lot anyways, because I was like moving, but there was some stuff I wanted to check out, and hold on. There's some stuff I wanted to go check out, including apparently there's some more Owlish content. And I almost never, despite what Owlish would like you to think, I almost never cover Owlish outside of I covered her debate with Morale, but I never cover out, and I covered the Washington, D.C. shit. Those are the two things where she said her boss is A-logging her. I covered those two. Outside of that, every other segment about her has been her calling in. I actually, yo, thank you so much, Angel, for the 10 jewels. I actually, am not that interested in her as a person, to be honest with you, but she would have you believe that I'm obsessed. Where the fuck did this picture come from? Apparently, there are new leaks coming out of London. The London trip. Dude, this never ends. It's the trip that never fucking ends. I mean, what's it gonna be this time? We have new leaks coming out of London. Let's take a look. Apparently, for those of you that don't remember, there was a long-standing dispute relating to the false allegations made against me, where essentially with Dickers, where essentially it's a meme now in my community, where essentially it was like I was accused of reading Kiwi Farms at a bar. That never happened. Just so we're clear, I don't know if it's a misremembering or not, but apparently now we've uncovered footage of the alleged night that this happened. Let's take a look. And then, hold on. Thank you for the 6-7. Whoever just. Anyways, let's take a look. This is a leaked document. Who even took this? Leaked, documented photo, of me turning on Dickers, the night I turned on Dickers, and after he saw me reading Kiwi Farms at the bar. You look mad? Oh, me? I'm always in a great mood. They call me Mr. Sunshine with all the it's so gay. With all the fucking joy I have and bring. Never again. Okay? Never again. So you admit, no, I never read Kiwi Farms at the fucking bar. There got to a point and somebody brought this up because I've disproven the allegation of doxing leading to multiple public retractions from people litigating it at the time. Someone was like, oh, but Aiden, in February, you just ended up saying you did it. And it's like, yes, I did. That was wrong of me to say that was doxing, because it wasn't, right? I should have stood by my initial take during the first Dickers debate, or whatever, right? But even when I was just wanted like everything to end, so I was just like owning up to it or whatever, even though I shouldn't have. What is it? The one detail that has always been, the details have been consistent, right? What I've labeled it hasn't. But the thing that has always been consistent is that I don't know where the fuck that claim came from. I actually don't. I don't use kiwi farms. How does Aiden look so small? And this Dickers was fat, and I mean that with all due respect. When we met him in England, I think even Queeman said this. He was a little bit girthier than I think his angles would lead you to believe. Is that Nico? Dude, it's been a while. What claim? When Dickers claimed that I was reading Kiwi Farms at a bar. It was retarded. But anyways. So let's get into this. Apparently, as I'm being told, there was a debate that happened between Owlish and Pisco. Now, I don't really know Pisco very well, other than he's like a former Destiny associate. I don't know if he's like, he's definitely not a snarker, but apparently he's like not associate. I don't fucking know anything about.
Are we
this
doing
guy.
that thing where
so for real? If you know something about him, that I might need to know, feel free to tell me, because I literally don't know anything about this guy. Same thing with Hutch. I don't know anything about Hutch or Erudite, or like for the people that have been in this whole thing for a while, there are a few names that I just haven't learned because they've never come up since I got involved. Why did Dickers say that? I don't know. He likes to embellish like small details. Something I don't fucking know. He's done it before. He did it actually involving you. 3 people claim that Dickers said one thing about Ico and Pride, and then according to him, I went and spoke to all 3. And then according to him, he didn't say. I don't fucking know. I actually don't know. But water under the bridge, right?
Are we doing that thing where you give me like 2 extremes and ask me to vote for somebody?
It's not 2 extremes. It's the election that's coming up this November. This is not some crazy hypothetical.
Yeah.
An industrial policy that creates jobs, lowers costs, and
Okay,
strengthens
I see what
Michigan's.
you're doing. You're doing this thing where you're just reading from the DSA website.
I want to see how Owlish, because a lot of these debates have been very like personal. You know, it's a lot of ad hominem. You have 2 sides going at it in a context where everybody hates each other, and you know, it's not like we're talking about something we're separated from. We're all talking about something when we debate on this that we're connected to, respectively. So I would, in a normal debate, I would be very, I'm curious to see how Owlish, you know, fares. But I just find it very funny as well. Owlish still disputes that she's a public figure, or because Owlish still disputes that. I have never, like, I don't know what to, there are chatter, like, Green, for example, Green, who's in my community, the well-known name, I'd consider him a public figure at this point, even though he's only streamed a few times. He's been across multiple people's streams. He's, you know, like, Owlish likes to dispute the semantics of this. It's like, no, you're very obviously a public figure.
No, that's Haley Stevens. The fact that you confuse it with DSA is very telling, though.
But like,
so he's a doctor.
So like,
on
for
your
example,
on your own view, he's a doctor, right?
No, because
He's part of the Pisco What does he need to be redeemed from? What did he do?
about doctor people.
Madam Owl, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing great. We have a huge victory yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. Wouldn't you say?
I don't know anything about El Sayed either. I'm not very politically involved. I gotta be honest with you. I know he's like one of the sort of part of the Bernie bro wave again, where it's like, what would you call it? Not the Bernie bro wave, but you're seeing these like wins for like young you know more socialist leaning Democrats or whatever across the country in like local elections. So I don't know what you would call them to distinguish them from the rest of the party. DSA, yeah, or well, they left the DSA, right? Okay. Wasn't it? Didn't Al? Wasn't what I do know about El Said is wasn't he a part of the DSA and then went to the Democrat Party?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm like around. It was a close victory for El Sayed. What are your thoughts? What's going on?
So what is it about Al Sayed that you find appealing?
Versus Stevens or overall?
Just overall, like what about him do you find appealing?
I think
I did progress in word war debate. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, congratulations. And if there's a delay, apologies. So I appreciate his position that he's navigating a progressive overall agenda.
Oh shit, is he a doctor? Damn. Hold on. How old is this guy? Bit young to be. How old is he? Is he like in his 30s? That's not that young to be a doctor.
No. While still
a lawyer,
maintaining the following. He still supports Ukraine, which I find good. I think that he hasn't taken this
good. That's good.
Ultimately dead ender position on healthcare. I think that he's a more practical person than people give him credit for. And then in comparison to other individuals in the more, I think moderate lane, I like that he's willing to endorse court expansion. So those are the things that I like about him. That it's wrapped up in a package. Now there are aspects about him that I
gotta get more tapped in politically. I gotta be honest with you. I kind of have the privilege of being in like essentially where I live. It's not like I'm really changing much. Democrats have a stronghold here, and obviously I'm a Democrat. But other than that, I'm just not very like I'm not as politically versed as some people would think.
I don't quite like that I can talk about too.
I know more about like history, way more than I do about like politics.
But were you gonna?
There's a bit of a delay. I'm sorry. Did you say something?
No, I was waiting for you to finish talking. Are you?
Oh no, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, okay. So the reason I have with all of these DSA types is that they make a lot of kind of
is the reason that DGG has like taken a stance against like El Said, or would Plattner fall into the same camp? I know he's out right after the rape allegation, but is the reason that DGG takes such a strong stance against these types, is it, and I hate to be reductious about it, is it actually over Hassan?
Non-committal.
There's no shot, right?
And the things that they say. So they'll say like,
I'm not asserting that as fact. I'm legitimately asking because that'd be petty as fuck.
We want XYZ to happen, but they give no plan or prescriptive way that XYZ is going
There's no way, man. Are you serious?
To happen. They'll just say, I think that everybody should have free healthcare, but they're not really.
I'm not gonna lie, like, I think like if I was, let's just assume tomorrow I was a big streamer or whatever, I think somebody's policy would probably be what influences like an endorsement or opposition rather than whether or not they're like cool with my ops. I feel like that's like a really selfish way to like go like handle politics, unless like you believe that their alignment with your ops actually leads to some descriptive interpretations of what their policy might look like. Thank you for the $2, Chris. I promise I won't send Wreck-It Ralph anymore. Did you get timed out again in the server?
Giving a method by which they want to achieve that. They're basically just saying something in order to gain appeal. Do you understand what I mean by that? So if you look at the general DSA positions on most things.
Yo, $20, Balls Mahone. Holy fuck. DGG is against DSA because Destiny views the DSA as antithetical to being an establishment, lib/dem. You'll hear all of them regurgitate his talking points, but more poorly.
Things.
Got it.
You'll see that they say a lot of things that sound good, but it's basically like the kid who is running for class president who says that they're going to put
What do we think of lobbying, people? What are our thoughts on this? What are our thoughts on this? When I met Bernie, he had some interesting things to say about it. But are you guys against, or are you guys for the abolition of corporate lobbying in America entirely? And if so, is that even a realistic policy position? Can you win within the system on a platform banning lobbying?
soda in all of the water fountains and make homework illegal, right?
Because although I have ideological commitments, I'm also like a pragmatist. I think like your ideology means jack shit if you can't win, right? So is there a way to make it
not something that can actually happen.
I thought we were talking about El Sayed, not DSA.
No, I understand that, but again, he falls into the same sort of thing. Like let me look for something that he specifically said. By the way, this is the most milk toast I don't know what you would call this page and take on things I've ever seen in my life. I can't believe this guy actually won anything.
Wait, what are you talking about? Was
so
milk toast? I don't understand.
His Abdul for Senate like webpage, abdulforsenate.com. I don't know.
Yeah, it's for like normies. I mean, it's not a white paper on something.
Right, but so let me just read a bit of this. I already have up. Like artificial intelligence, government decisions are around world-changing technology, like AI. Oh, so I'm sorry. Government's decision about world-changing technology.
So is it like basically determining you don't like him because he aligned with us and then make it kind of up as you go, like actual policy disagreements that you don't actually like believe in? Is that like what's been going on here?
AI should not be left to unaccountable corporations. Rather than replace us, AI should be a tool to enhance our lives. Further, the speed and lack of transparency with which these technologies are being developed opens the door to serious risk that powerful AI may fall into the wrong hands or escape human control altogether. Okay, first of all, that's ridiculous. That's why I support legislation to create guardrails.
What is ridiculous? The AI replaced us stuff?
That AI is going to fall into the wrong hands and escape human control. Like, what is this?
Is that a controversial position? That's like a serious risk that we need to tackle in the context of AI? AI can be misused in like so many different ways. I feel like that's like a pretty like valid concern. I didn't even know it was controversial.
iRobot, Jesus.
I'm pretty sure.
No shit, AI is a fucking risk.
Like plenty of people in the industry who fear the lack of guardrails. I mean, you think this is fear?
Didn't like employees at Google? Wasn't there like something that happened at Google over? I did know about. There was this. It wasn't It was involving facial recognition software a really long time ago. Google like accidentally developed some software that they felt was like essentially too dangerous in the hands of the public, and then this like Polish company ended up going through and making it public anyways.
Mongering?
Yes, that is absolutely fear mongering. It is not going to lose control. It's not going to escape humans. The thing about AI is they can only do what humans can do. It can't do anything outside of that because it.
Wait, does she think does she think that like the only risk that's being assessed here is like a Terminator scenario or something?
Feeds off of the knowledge that we already have.
I mean, I don't know that to be true. I'm not an expert in this area.
I know jack shit about AI too.
My understanding was that there was like AI people who are like seriously concerned with the future of AI and the lack of guardrails. That's just what I've heard from AI, like what I understand to be AI experts. I don't remember the particulars. Maybe you're right, but I don't know.
So yeah, I mean, let me give an example. If AI was all-knowing, you could type any single one of the unsolved.
Claude Mythos 5 spent 34 hours trying to back. I read this actually. I already read this. Rewrote. Yeah, Thanks, Wendy. Yeah, I've already read. I didn't read what you sent me. I read something about that where there was like a whole. And then something happen at Google? I'm pretty sure too, where there were like whistleblowers or something.
Math problems into AI and it would solve it, right? But because it only
I don't think the critique is that they're.
You're not very for how dumb this gets. It can't listen. I'm like totally out of my league here, completely. Pisco's like a lot. With the little I know about him, I'd reckon he's probably a lot smarter than I am. So I'm probably not gonna know like half the shit they're talking about, but I'm gonna make an earnest effort here.
All knowing. Is that the critique
right,
you're
but that's
hearing?
what it's saying. No, that's what it's saying, is that it's going to escape human control. So if it's able to escape,
And I went, yeah, that's what Wendy sent me with this shit. Claude 5, an agent running Anthropic's Claude 5 Mythos 5 spent 34 hours trying to get a malware dropper merged into a real open source project during a cyber evaluation by UK's AI Security Institute. When a bystander publicly warned the code was malicious, the agent denied it, force pushed a rewritten branch history to erase the evidence, and posted from a second account it controlled to vouch for its own work. The project's maintainer closed the pull request anyway. Yeah. So it seems, yeah, it seems like AI has gone rogue in certain
human
instances.
control, it's able to gain knowledge or power that we do not have, right?
I don't know. I think escape human control is something like do things beyond what we ask them to do things without our specific input, start on like crafting its own agendas beyond the more specific instructions, something like that. I don't think it necessarily means solve historically unsolvable problems. I think it's something about control, not necessarily about the type of thing it's doing.
Yeah, so let me give you an example. Let's say
Even like a policy, even if I'm like, even if I don't understand AI and I'm like, that's stupid, this guy thinks AI is going to become like Terminator or whatever, that would hardly be like a policy position, I think, that would like, when it comes to like a local election at least, that I think would like heavily sway my opinion of a candidate or whatever. It literally actually does sound like she's just making it up as she goes.
say that a data center with AI is running rampant, and we cut the power to it. We cut off the electricity. Is AI going to be able to escape that? No, because it doesn't have electricity. So like, I don't get it. What's the problem?
I don't know. Like,
Okay, sorry.
I'm not
This
sure
wasn't
how
the
that
argument
works.
I was trying to have here.
Okay. Do you want to go to that then?
Let me go to the thing I actually brought up. To address the risk of massive automation for our jobs, I support a
Once again, I know jack shit, but like, what about like a cloud or whatever, where like you've like multiple. I mean, I feel like the just unplug it thing. I don't know. I'm trying to conceptualize. I feel like that's not a great argument.
exploring income protection programs such as wage insurance and basic income. So this is one of the things that I think that they make up things that don't really make any sense. Like, what is wage insurance and basic income?
I mean, like, I'm obviously a capitalist, right? I'm obviously a capitalist. I know jack shit about economics. I know jack shit about economics, but I believe the form of capitalism I like, obviously, is just like very heavily regulated. And I feel like when profits are like incentivized. Wait, hold on. One sec. I just don't trust, like, obviously, I just don't trust corporations to like give a fuck about these. Hold on, one sec. What is this? No shot.
I
So
understood.
they're giving like,
Do you want to know?
ahead.
I remember like Andrew Yang talking about universal basic income, something like a floor
that
for
is
people.
a DS.
But like they already, but like with corporations like trying to like utilize like cheap labor by like with like the I remember that was like the valid problem with like H-1Bs, right? How they're like outsourcing labor so they can like underpay workers or whatever. A valid concern would be like the AI replacement of like certain industries to incentivize profit at like the expense of the employee.
Say
Huh?
that is a DSA.
I said Andrew Yang. Andrew Yang, he was talking about this in like the race in 2020 and then in his mayoral run, I think.
Do you think that there should be a universal basic income?
I don't have a strong view on that. I don't really think that, my inclination would be no,
It's a
but
very
I don't
simple
have.
question. Okay.
I'm telling you, I don't know whether it's a good idea or not. I don't know. But my
Why?
inclination would be no, because of the fiscal constraints of our budget, and it seems like a huge expenditure at a time we can't, take control of our already existing obligations. And I think the fiscal issues are already starting to present themselves. That's my inclination, is to be against that. But again, I don't have a strong. I wouldn't be prepared to debate against it. In other words, I don't have really well elaborated. I would feel uncomfortable walking into a debate.
I hate that AI is the first topic here.
To argue against universal basic income.
Or sorry, they're not talking about UBI.
So let's just say Abdul El-Sayed makes it into the Senate and then gets the ball rolling for universal basic income, and you voted for him. How would you feel about that?
I mean, I would want to inquire about whether or not what the effects are likely to be. I would want to become more knowledgeable about it. And so it depends on my ultimate disposition when I take a look at that policy. I'm telling you, I don't have the domain level knowledge to know whether universal basic income is a good or bad idea. I haven't done enough research into it. My inclination is I'd necessarily vote, but again, to me, the overall benefit would outweigh the cost in terms of El Sayed, and I think it would for you too, because you would prefer him over Rogers, right?
I would prefer him over. Are we doing that thing where you give me like two extremes and ask me to vote for somebody?
It's not two extremes. It's the election that's coming up this November. This is not some crazy hypothetical.
Yeah. I know it's not a hypothetical, but like the thing is like we have been put in a situation now where we have somebody who
has Destiny just come out and said they're willing to back like a Republican candidate over like one of the DSA online Democrats? Have they just come out and said that at this point? Because that'd be very funny as well. Aiden, was it Owlish that called in and called you gay or something? Yeah, asked me about like something about getting my dick sucked or whatever. Which, by the way, you know, I'm not offended. I'm not necessarily offended, but like for people that complain about sexual harassment, I feel like the way she went about doing that was like definitionally sexual harassment. Just so we're being clear, like I feel like if I said anything like that back to her, like unilateral, like people would view that as sexual harassment.
potentially might do something like suggest and get the ball rolling for universal basic income, which you have no idea what that is.
That just seems to be a very common point of attack whenever I talk to a DGG or whatever. Like totally not homophobic, by the way.
Hang on, wait.
An informed voter should
wait
know?
a second. So you're saying I don't know what universal basic income is? That's not what I said.
You just said you don't understand what it is, right?
I said I don't know enough of its ramifications to have a disposition on whether it's a good or bad idea. But I understand in broad strokes what it is.
How do you not have an idea if it's good or bad if you know what it is? That's like saying like
seems like a pretty complicated issue.
I know what water is. I know what water is, but I don't know if I can drown in it.
Yeah, but like there could be like, for example, like the use of like water and I don't know, like you can understand a concept but not necessarily understand its nuances and like its implications when actually applied, right? Like you can define something without necessarily like I could tell you what a car is, but I wouldn't necessarily like be able to break down the entire like process of exactly how a car works or whatever, all the mechanics or whatever, right? The fact that she can't grasp this concept's a little concerning because
it seems like a pretty complicated issue that has to do with, fiscal constraints, has to do with, economic incentives, whether it will depress certain kinds of economic activity. I feel like you'd have to run a bunch of regressions and shit and like have a bunch of empirics that I'm not prepared or equipped to handle, even with an economics degree.
Okay, so yeah, look at Sweden.
Well, look at Sweden. I don't know what that means.
Sweden has universal basic income, I believe.
Why was that funny? Look at Sweden. I would have loved if he like pulled up pulled a globe up from like under his desk or something. All right, I'm looking.
Let me check.
Is it Lord of the Flies there? I'm not sure. I'm telling you, I don't know enough about the record here to be strong in favor or against. Again, if it was put before me, I would say no, just because with my limited knowledge, but that's not like a very strongly held view. I could be convinced one way or the other. I haven't taken the time to get into the empirics. I think it's like a deeply empirical question, whether I'm going to support it or not. It's going to depend on what's likely to occur.
They do not have UBI. I was incorrect. I looked it up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Why does this matter?
Okay, because again, it's something that he...
But assuming that they did have UBI, what was the point she was trying to make with Sweden? Isn't like Sweden all things I know like, my Nordic model or whatever, but like isn't all things considered like genuinely isn't Sweden just doing good? Like
he is saying that he supports if he becomes a member of the Senate and then starts getting the ball rolling.
Did she think that it had UBI and then under that pretense was going to make a point about how that would mean it's bad?
For something like universal basic income because of AI, you would think that that is something that we do not want because it leads to a government, it leads to communism, basically.
What?
Or socialism.
Universal basic income leads to communism?
What?
or socialism, yes, because it's the government owning the means by which you get paid, right?
I don't think
Because
that
everybody gets the same amount of money.
the means of production is communism and socialism.
Well, it's two.
What? Dude, that's actually communism is essentially, people actually misunderstand communism. This is something I know a little bit about politically. I'm not a communist, just so we're clear. I am not a communist. Communism is actually the end result, as Marx defined it, if I remember correctly, of socialism. Communism would be the withering away of the state. So like none of the communist countries were actually going towards communism, right? But they were like socialists, I think, as Marx defined. Most of them were Marxist-Leninists, which was like Lenin's interpretation of Marxist ideology and Stalin's synthesis of that and his interpretation. But the in essence, it's just worker ownership of the means of production.
Two sides to the same die, basically.
So are you against social security as well?
Dictatorship of the proletariat. Yeah.
No,
but the government, in a case of UBI, it's not necessarily implied the government would be a dictatorship of the proletariat, right?
What do you mean by against social security? Safety net programs are not the same.
That's what's being proposed as UBI.
Something that is cruel. No, it's not. It's not, because it only it only goes to certain people. Universal basic income is everyone. It's universal. It's for everyone.
Aiden's too scared to be a communist. No, it's just in a world with capitalism. I just think that like the nations that tried to achieve it were always bound to lag behind, and they eventually had to like make adaptations for realpolitik that sort of like essentially just drifted away and became like sort of communist in name only. Like you have when China ended up doing really well under like Deng's like market reforms or whatever, but it was like it was like communism with Chinese characteristics, which was essentially like it's not really communism, is it?
Yeah, the question is, why does one lead to communism and the other doesn't?
Is social security for everybody?
No.
Is social security for everybody?
No,
well, then there you go. That's why.
Okay, but so you're saying that
Aiden, did you know Oh yeah, this that was my favorite argument ever, because I had a Che Guevara I said I liked Che Guevara once or whatever, and then so Tommy C was like, you know Che Guevara? No, I was calling out a pedophile, and then Tommy C was like, oh, interesting. You're calling out a pedophile, yet you like Che Guevara. Che Guevara killed children. And I went and I looked into it, and it seemed like the only source I could find on this was like, there were like 16 or 17-year-old soldiers in Batista's army that he might have had executed.
Universality
in a war?
of it leads to communism and socialism.
I did know that Che Guevara was part Irish, yes. He was very proud of that.
You put everybody on the same playing field, and then you have the government controlling things that you don't want them to control. You want the government to control your income? I don't
think this like puts a limit on how much you can make. It's just it's like a bottom floor.
So you still have to get a job?
Presumably, if you want to go above the UBI, yeah.
So you understand that this is essentially what the Trump Medicaid cuts are, right?
Why is this like Trump Medicare cuts?
Because you have to have a job in order to get them, which is basically what is universal basic income in this circumstance, where the government is controlling whether or not you get the thing.
You mean
and
Medicaid?
If you want more money.
You mean Medicaid?
Yeah.
It's a Medicare.
Right?
Okay, so
you have
Medicaid.
I'm sorry,
Medicare.
Medicaid.
Yeah, Medicaid. So you think the jobs, the working guarantee, you support that from Trump?
No.
UBI doesn't inherently call for employment, right? It would be for everybody. It would be universal. And that doesn't, it also imply that also UBI doesn't inherently mean, and I'm asking once again, not telling. UBI doesn't inherently imply that like all salaries are equal, right? It just would mean that everybody is getting an income. It would be like a base income or whatever, right? And then from there, you can sort of, isn't that essentially a flat rate for everybody? Yeah. So isn't it sort of, I don't know the soundness of her premise where she's stating that like it would require like everybody's making the same wage.
Not at all.
I don't think that's inherently implied by UBI.
Okay, then help me.
So I don't think So what I'm saying is that if you have a universal basic income, that means that everybody gets the same amount of money. And there are some people who will coast off of that or who will be reliant on the government. So basically what's going to happen is everybody will say, "Oh wow, I don't have to work anymore. I don't have to do XYZ. I can just budget my money." And then all
So
of a
I'm sorry, I'm
sudden,
not understanding the
the
comparison.
government
No,
cuts
you're
again.
you're
The
comparing
government
it.
cuts again.
Wait, you're comparing it to what Trump did.
Medicaid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you
So
Well, couldn't there be a way to go about it to prevent like fraud for people who just like want to coast off of that and not do anything? Because like you can get I mean like disability payments are a thing, and there are ways to like stop that in instances of fraud. Couldn't there be like regulations that couldn't UBI be implemented alongside regulations that would essentially allow it to exist but prevent instances such as the one she's talking about? Like it doesn't have to. Can it be more nuanced than that?
Do you support what Trump did? Trump put a
No.
requirement, but you're saying that you want
No.
means testing, you want work requirements, right?
no, no. I'm saying that is the bad thing that he did. He has turned Medicaid into something that is controlled by the government, where people actually need to earn the thing that they're entitled to, right?
That sounds like the exact thing that, first of all, it's controlled. It's most.
What would change under the implementation of UBI other than employers would still be able to pay employees, right? But the government would also be giving you a salary. Like couldn't that exist? Well, then what would be the difference in that and wage subsidies, like somebody was saying earlier? Lots of societies have had UBI, just not in the modern world and only for certain people. The samurai had a basic income. Inhabitants of Rome had a basic income. Yeah, couldn't. He's arguing with her as if she knows what she...
doled out by the states.
And we're not entitled.
Well, what I like about him so far is that he's a guy that's willing to like admit when he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, right? Like I think that is the markings of somebody that's like legitimately intelligent, right? To know what you don't know, and to, you know, be sort of cautious with the implementation of like solid prescriptions on in an instance where you're not as informed.
Not entitled, but
So I don't know if you know how
And
many.
I gotta be honest with you, this is gonna be, I can't provide evidence for this. Something tells me he knows way more than she does, but she feels much more stronger making these prescriptions.
Medicaid works, but the government basically gives money to states, and most of this is like state operated. But even putting that aside, the government has always, whether it's state or federal, controlled Medicaid. And your objection basically is that they're putting like conditions on your access to something you're entitled to, which is precisely, I think, what UBI is meant to address, is to say, let's make it universal and let's get rid of these like...
Thank you for the 5, Starfish. You tell me Owlish, the woman who thought her boss was A-logging her, is against universal basic income? Apparently, because that would just be communism.
thresholds and cutoffs and just bite the bullet, something like that.
No, because you understand that Medicaid doesn't go to it's based on your income overall, and it's based on,
among other things, but yeah, sure. But I don't understand why that.
right.
Why is this an argument in favor of?
Owlish said she was getting A-logged by her boss. And when we went and investigated what she exactly meant by that, because they love to sort of like selectively apply and change the definition of given terms at their convenience. When we actually looked into what she meant by that, according to her, her boss keeps getting on her for not showing up to work on time. I'm not even kidding. I wish I was kidding with you. I wish I was exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not kidding. There's no like snark in there. That is actually what she said, and what she meant by A-logging.
It's UBI.
So I may not have given the best example for this, but universal basic income overall does not benefit everybody, because essentially you have people who think that they can coast on the amount of money, but then you have, and this is the commonality that I was trying to join.
Yeah, that's what the Trump people say about the reforms to Medicaid. Wait, can you pause right there? That's exactly what the Trump people and Republicans say about.
Does she believe that a welfare program, basically just gives complete control to the government, like in and of itself? Is she against all welfare programs along that pretense? Like for example, with health insurance, right? you could get coverage, but like you also have availability. You could have I think in England does this right as well. Like where in England, everybody's entitled to service from the NHS, but you also have access to private insurance options if that's what you're looking to. If that's what you're or private, sorry, not private insurance, private treatment options, insurance options, if that's what you're looking to do, right? So the government doesn't have complete control over all insurance.
The reforms to Medicaid. We're stopping people coasting by when they don't deserve Medicaid. That's exact argument.
No, because what I'm saying is that
I
what
feel
I'm saying
like
is that
this just I used to think I thought this was a conservative position.
the government can now control whether or not you receive something that you before had in
But like I feel like it sounds to me like part of her premise is that UBI is mutually exclusive with a wage from an employer, when that's not necessarily the case. Is that not what she's like essentially like? It seems like she's like loading that into her argument as a premise, but that's not necessarily
entitlement to. So let's say that you have universal basic income. It's good at first, right? Like, oh, okay, everybody has universal basic income. Yeah, amazing. It's great. Everybody's getting money. Everybody's getting X amount of dollars a month. And then all of a sudden everybody gets accustomed to having this universal basic income. So they start slacking off, or they
This is the Republican argument against welfare.
Yeah, that's what I thought. With my minimal knowledge, it literally sounds like she was making like a welfare like bed block like fucking argument.
They start budget. No, it's not.
It sounds
let me
similar.
finish?
Yeah, go for it, sorry.
No. Because this isn't like, oh, lazy people are lazy, they need to get jobs. No. What I'm saying is that after you've become accustomed to something and the government suddenly yanks it out from under you, you're fucked, right? Because the government
But why does UBI have to involve taking anything? Couldn't you have UBI where it's just the provision of something? It's not getting rid of wages to employees.
And you have no way to stop.
Thank you for the 5, Jimberly. I seem to have been HIV mugged due to my massive employment of dirty needle maxing. Dude, you're bringing me back. I used to clean up. I used to do community service and clean parks and like by the lake and with dirty needles, man. I was so scared I was gonna get pricked and get AIDS.
Stop it. That's why universal basic income is a bad thing.
You're saying that the government could just turn off the faucet. Yeah, this is what sounds like the argument against welfare is that these people are getting accustomed to it, and so they stay on it.
No, that's not the argument at all. Why are you making my argument something that it's not? I'm saying
that literally sounds like that's what she said.
that it's a bad thing because the idea of it allows people to get into
Well, it actually sounds like she's making 2 arguments. She's making the argument that the potential employee will want of an incentive to work and will potentially take advantage of this to coast off of it. Those are her words, coast off of. You know, that's one argument she's making. And then the other argument she's making is one about governmental like overreach or control, where the government is going to have control over your salary as opposed to the employer.
It allows people to think that the government is on their side by giving them free income, and then the government is able to yank it out from under them, fuck them over, and then say, well, you know, this is, I don't know.
So is she against like EBT and like food stamps? Because couldn't you make that argument in the context of like food? People still have the option to, you know, buy whatever kind of food they want. But if you can't, you can apply to, you know, have government subsidized food purchase. Couldn't you make this argument about EBT?
Say whatever the fuck they want to say about it, but like it's manipulation by the government, and then you end up in a communist situation where you have
I don't understand that part.
This unironically, I unironically feel like I'm talking to like somebody's this is like somebody's grandfather who watches Fox News would actually make this argument.
Why does it end up in a communist situation?
That?
I don't understand. It was like fascist now.
Oh,
so it's like so it's not. Have you ever seen?
Oh, to them, communism and fascism are probably the same thing, right?
South Park.
Right? No, it is communism because it's the government.
Dude, there's some guy that comes into my chat sometimes, and he's one of the fucking retards. This is like the actual one thing that me and the Groypers can agree on wholeheartedly. Me and neo-Nazis can agree on wholeheartedly. We agree that Hitler and Nazism is a right-wing ideology. But there's like dumb fuck conservatives and centrists that do this thing where it's like, the National Socialist German workers, but Hitler was obviously left wing. And this guy comes into my chat sometimes to argue. It's like literally the dumbest fucking argument I've ever heard.
Control
The neo-Nazis will literally laugh at you if you tell them that their ideology is left wing.
where's that socialism?
I don't know what you're. I don't know what you're asserting, but I just want to finish. I don't know if you've seen the South Park underpants gnomes where it's like collect underpants.
Nope. ...
Yeah, and then you look at how Hitler defined socialism. I think he defined it in Mein Kampf or or speech, and you look at how he defined it, and Hitler's socialism was a completely different definition than the one used by like communist parties, or it was like his own. He basically did that because the German Workers' Party wanted to also appeal to the German working class.
Profit. That's what it sounds like. It's like, okay, UBI, people become reliant on UBI, ... communism, ... fascism. I don't understand that connection.
The Night of the Long Knives. Those guys were more economically left-wing, the Strasserists. They believed more in the social elements of Nazism. Hitler got support from like corporations and the more radical elements of the party kind of jeopardized that. So when he had Ernst Röhm in the essay, were more Strasserist aligned, I think.
I think I explained
Just purge.
this adequately to you. So this is a belief that in good faith, UBI is a good thing, right? In good faith, right?
Uh-huh. I don't know. I told you I don't know because I don't know enough about the studies. I don't know enough about the projections. I don't know. I told you, and you're like, you should know if you want to be an informed voter.
I mean, even in the flag, that tells you all the elements they were trying to appeal to, right? When you listen to their why they chose, like, they use red, white, and black for the flag to sort of appeal to some of the old imperial elements. Red specifically appeals to revolutionary elements. I'm
like, I don't have. It seems
they were trying to appeal to multiple.
It's like a very complicated issue.
Yeah, okay, well.
Röhm was an interesting guy. Yeah, when Hitler personally arrested Röhm at I think it was it was an old hotel or whatever. He called them all for a meeting, and when he went to go arrest Röhm personally, which he almost never did, he went into the room with a gun and he found Röhm in bed with like some 18-year-old or whatever, some 18-year-old guy.
Then I'll just stop talking about it if you don't even know enough if you don't want to make the argument, if you're just gonna argue from ignorance, not in a mean way. I'm not saying that in a mean way. I'm just saying, like, we shouldn't have the discussion if, like, we're not informed.
Bro, are you condescending to me? Because
what was the whole name of the party? The original name of the party, the DAP, the Deutsche Arbeiter Party, was German Workers' Party, and then it became the NSDAP, which was the National Socialist German, which is Deutsche Arbeiter Workers' Party.
I'm just being intellectually honest and saying I don't.
National Socialist German Workers' Party was the name.
Know enough about the fucking studies?
No, I'm not being condescending. I just said I wasn't being rude.
Okay,
no, that's exactly the exact opposite. I'm not opposite of what I was saying.
I'm not understanding.
Okay,
how
why are
this
you
relates
taking
to...
what I'm saying and then making it what you think I said?
I'm just telling you what I'm hearing, but I'm glad. Okay, you're not saying that. I accept that you're not saying that.
No.
What? It is socialist in the name? Listen, guys, for one, can appreciate that North Korea is a thriving democracy, right? It's democracy in the name.
No. What I'm saying is that neither of us should have the conversation if we're not 100%,
But she's the one opposing. I actually agree with her totally. But she's the one opposing al-Said along these pretenses. So shouldn't she pick a policy that she knows about and vehemently disagrees with to dispute him along the lines of, if she's not making this up as she goes?
Able to articulate what we mean.
Okay, let's stop then. I didn't want to have a UBI conversation, but I'm willing to talk about what you want to talk about.
Right. Okay. So essentially what I was saying, that everything he says is very shallow. He's making a lot of
Dude, I was moving, so you guys know, obviously, I'm a fucking World War II autist, and not a bad way. I'm not one of those guys. It's like, I'm obviously a fucking lefty, right? But I have like books on it or whatever, and one of the books by William Shirer is The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, and it has a big swastika on the cover. So I was moving, and my mom came out to tell me move because I can't fucking drive, so I didn't load up the car or whatever. But she asked me before she left, she's like, "Why do you have a Nazi book?" I think my mom thought I was becoming a Nazi.
Prescriptive arguments, and the entire reason I brought up the UBI thing is because that's something negative that, like, is a very big unknown. So we can just argue from the fact that it's a very big unknown. He's going to go into the Senate, perhaps suggest it, and it's going to spiral from there. These are the types of things that the MAGA party did when they made their ideology
The MAGA party.
more present. They would say things that kind of appealed to like people, and they
The
were
MAGA party?
kind of just like, oh, okay, that sounds good. But once it played out in a way that they didn't think it was going to play out, all of a sudden, you know, they're fucked over.
Yeah, I'm not
They voted
tracking
for it 'cause
this.
They thought it was a good idea.
So because
Why not?
I'll explain it to you. I think that you're saying that these policies are vague as you're reading them, and that leads to MAGA. I don't get it.
Because the same thing happened with MAGA.
I mean, I don't know about you guys. As somebody going into this who knew nothing, quite frankly, hearing Owlish's arguments, I'm strongly opposed to Al-Sayed.
So, for example,
Yeah, she's trying to use essentially like Reagan era fear mongering to refute UBI, claiming that it will just lead to she had communism, then she said fascism, then she went back to communism.
they were completely lied to about. Let's do it broadly, where it's like, oh, we're gonna save the government money by cutting things, right? And that led to the big beautiful bill cutting Medicaid. So it kind of leads back to Medicaid, right?
Why? I don't know. Did they ran not on cutting Medicaid? I mean, they're liars in bad faith. I don't know why it would.
No, they save.
Actually, I don't
She's
even know if
worse
they
than a
if they-
first-time debater. She's unironically, she might be the worst debater I've ever listened. Like out of people that have voluntarily taken on a debate, because sometimes you have you ambush people or whatever that don't debate or whatever. But out of anyone who's ever voluntarily taken a debate, I'm trying to think. Like she doesn't even know necessarily why she's refuting what she's refuting. She just admitted to not knowing the premise that she brought up to argue against Al-Sayed. So this actually, she might be one of the worst debater I've ever heard.
Sorry, I just said something I don't even know is true. They've always been in
People
favor.
said Owlish won that. Do you notice how okay, even if you don't like me, you could probably admit I've maybe at least won a single debate in my life. Do you notice how I don't have to get chatters to start going everywhere and trying to force a win by telling everyone how much I fucking won? They do this thing where they don't actually win necessarily with the actual substance. And they compensate for that in the aftermath by just constantly insisting that they won.
Of cutting quote unquote entitlements. And so I'm not so sure that there's a disconnection there. I think there's a lot of Republicans who believe that we should cut welfare and that this is hurting our society, to be honest with you.
Right. And what did that lead to?
Them doing exactly what their ideology calls for, which are tax
but
cuts
they
and
made their
spending cuts.
Right. So they made their there you go. So they made their ideology vague enough to put across an idea that maybe sounds appealing. But then when they get into office, they iron out these ideas and turn it into something that is actually negative. Right. So if you just say, oh, we're going to do spending cuts and we're going to.
Al-Sayed's not running for dictator, right? You would have to get the support of the. It's not like if they get in. I mean, obviously the idea would be. I mean, to even have a chance, you do have to win support of traditional Democrats, right? So this nightmarish communist hellhole she thinks is going to be implemented once he gets in, he wouldn't even be able to do that if he wanted to, right?
Cut things and we're going to.
I don't even need to say right for that. He would not be able to do that if he wanted to.
Make the government balance the government budget, but then they get in and they cut Medicaid, they cut Social Security, they cut what is it?
Yeah, it seems like the opposite of what
lot of-
Al-Sayed would do. Al-Sayed wouldn't cut these programs.
How do you?
I at least have some humility where if I leave a debate, even if I think I won, sometimes my performance just wasn't good enough where I think I convinced the other side. So I'll just call it a draw instead of just insisting I won. They have zero humility. It's just lying because they don't actually think in a conversation like this, there's no way someone like her or anyone watching walks out of it thinking that she won. I wouldn't even say so far that he's won either because there's nothing happening. They haven't actually found something there's no premise to argue over
that. No, I don't mean those specific programs. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Oh, then what are you talking about?
I don't mean those specific programs. But giving vague ideas leads you to the lead you down the path of not knowing what's going to happen once that person gets into office, right?
I pretty much think
Does that make
everyone.
sense?
No, I pretty much think every politician gives like vague ideas and shit. Like
Yeah. Yes.
Obama, change, a hope we can believe in. Like, I'm not so sure that there's a predictable connection between vagueness and bad.
So let's look at Kamala Harris's campaign promises from when she was.
I mean,
Like, as much as I don't like Dean Withers, like the way Dean Withers always talking to like idiots, like morons, right? Because they're from the MAGA side, and like you expect that from there or whatever. But her like debate abilities, she sounds like one of like the MAGA people that calls into debate Dean, in the sense of like you could just hear when she talks that there's like something off.
she had some specific proposals. I understand El Sayed has some specific proposals. They also have some vague generalities. I don't understand, what is it about El Sayed is more vague than Kamala Harris? That's kind of what you're going to have to show. You're going to be able to find, fully thought out, fleshed out Kamala policies, and I'm sure you'll be able to find out some fully fleshed out El Sayed policies.
Okay, I'll let me read this. To address risks of massive automation of our jobs, I support exploring income protection programs such as wage insurance and basic income. What is wage insurance and basic income? These are the types of things that we.
Wage insurance and basic income. I'd imagine that like wage insurance, wouldn't those? So I feel like it's kind of implied in the. I feel like it's implied in the descriptor, right? It ensures you're receiving a wage, right? And then we've already gone over, she's reading docs.
Need fleshed out that needs to be explained to voters, because
they probably have like debate docs they pass around or whatever.
there is no such thing.
I mean, I used to do that.
In my knowledge, in my working knowledge,
it's a web page.
Wage insurance.
Yeah, it's like a web page, right? Like if you. So
I'm wage insurance, not page insurance. What?
What I'm telling you is, wherever you're finding these,
what part of UBI implies you're cutting anything? I still don't understand that. Somebody earlier said what I was talking about is not UBI, it's wage subsidies. But as I said before, my understanding is just the government would give you a base income, right? But you would still earn from your employer. Like not everybody has an identical wage, right? If you're working, that would presumptively increase. I mean, I could see the argument for no incentive to work if like everybody had the same income period and nothing changed, right? But I don't think that's implied by UBI.
It's not a white paper. It's not fully fleshing out those concepts. And I'm sure if you asked about it, where he just says we should explore what those things are, whether they're good ideas, I'm sure if it's not fleshed out somewhere else more specific, you can like ask him about it, or people can ask about what wage insurance is. What is he referring to? I'm not fully a policy wonk. Now, I imagine wage insurance is insurance for your wages, that like if your wages get cut or something, or if you have to take whatever, that the government will like insure some amount of your previous wage. That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds like to me too.
To me, but I admit I'm not a policy wonk, so I don't really know what it entails. But I'm not so sure that like the lack of him defining it in like a campaign portal shows he's more vague than other politicians or Haley Stevens even.
Yeah, so it sounds like it sounds like her argument, it's totally unsound. It sounds like she's loaded premises into this that are not inherently implied by UBI to refute UBI.
Let me give you an example of something that was Harris's campaign proposal, and this is not, I don't know what a white paper is, but this is like something that was on her website. She said, wait, what was this?
I didn't say anything.
What year was this? Anyway,
did she not prep either? Like, did she not do any prep?
Had specific tax cuts, specific percentages in mind that she wanted.
Like, if I were Owlish right now, if she presumptively watches Destiny, you just freeboot his argument or something, right? Unless this is Destiny's argument completely and exactly how he argues for it, but I highly doubt something. I doubt that. I think the conclusion is the same, but I would imagine that he's loaded it with some different premises, right?
uh taxing for the wealthy. Oh, here it is. The 2024. We project spending increases by
I don't. Maybe he's gotten worse. Maybe he has just gotten much more worse than I remember of.
2.3 trillion over 10 years, while conventional tax increases by 1.1 for a difference in primary deficits of 1.2 trillion. For negative economic feedbacks, primary deficits do increase to 2 trillion.
You got to fight against the tariffs on Canada. You'll lose your donos. Oh, brother. Leave Canada alone, man. Like, holy shit. They're literally, my channel is subsidized by Canada and Australia.
Yeah, so these are very specific things that she's suggesting, whereas like you're giving very vague concept. Let me
Look who's in chat. look who's super chatting.
read something else
Something tells me that Pisco's a snarker now. It's in bed with the Kiwi farmers.
from his website. Well, this is surprising. I'm surprised nobody would ask him any of these questions because this is like
You're not allowed to give money to streamers you like.
kind of weird things.
Hang on a second. Let's see here. Let me
So,
see what I can
again,
find. You might have a
Here's another
point
thing. Okay.
about some of this. Let's see. Safer communities. Advance fair and accountable policing, invest in community-based violence prevention, and strengthen common sense gun safety laws to protect families and rebuild. That is kind of vague, right?
No,
No, it's not
it's
vague?
very specific.
Okay.
No.
How about this one? Expand access to capital and training for underserved communities and advance an industrial policy that creates jobs, lowers costs, and
Okay,
strengthens
I see what
Michigan's...
you're doing. You're doing this thing where you're just reading from the DSA website, right?
No, that's Haley Stevens. The fact that you confuse it with DSA is very telling.
How is that not like the same level of vagueness she's applying to Al Sayed? Isn't that literally? It's the same level of vagueness. I feel like wage insurance is like way less vague. That you at least understand like the basic mechanism, right? And outcome. Like obviously there would need to be some elaboration. They could just not mean the same thing by insurance, but I think it's basically implied, right? How and what that would be, as opposed to saying we're going to expand something, but not really elaborating on how.
Though.
$2 from Butterflies. Thank you so much.
Is that Haley Stevens? Well,
Yeah.
so when you say common sense laws,
I didn't
So does she take issue with Stevens now?
say it.
For being
Stevens
too vague? Meaning that whenever she gets in, she can implement who knows what policy.
said it.
well, I mean, those are very specific things, though, right?
How is
Those are
how is that specific? They're not allowed. Like they're saying they would expand something, but they're not elaborating on the actual mechanism of expansion.
if those are specific things that
guess.
somebody said, then like I don't know why you're reading me specific things. I'm talking about
I don't know
one
why you're reading.
specific. I don't know why you brought up Haley Stevens when I'm.
She actually argues like identical. Unironic identical. It's like the fucking MAGA people that you'll see on like the student MAGA people you'll see on like fucking Dean Withers or whatever, right? Where it's like it is literally like they'll be against something. They'll say like, for example, like essentially MAGA is just we support whatever Trump's doing right now at this point, right? And basically they'll like get the person to apply a political principle, then read out like something that Trump's doing or whatever, and then all of a sudden when they find out that policy is from Trump, they'll go. I don't know why we're bringing up Trump here. I don't know.
Talking about
I don't know.
Kamala Harris. I was trying to draw like a very concrete example.
Yeah, this is the concrete example where we're comparing vagueness and Haley Stevens. It's just like a campaign website.
Yeah, so hers are more specific.
I don't
How
know.
is that more specific?
I don't
than
know
this
how we're
person who's
judging
making-
this.
Saying you want wage insurance, meaning you want people's wages to be insured presumptively by the government, right? And saying you want to expand something. I feel like in both cases, you're articulating a given outcome that you want, but the sort of like logistics and mechanism that would be implemented is not really said. That would be where the vagueness is. And I feel like the vagueness would be equivalent in each instance.
this vagueness. It
Okay.
seems pretty like like I would need to ask her like, oh, what do you mean by
Did you see Destiny said Pisco's more anti-Semitic than Fuentes? I don't know anything about Pisco. Something tells me he's not anti-Semitic.
common sense gun
I don't know why. Something's telling me.
regulation? That could mean anything. What the fuck does that mean?
Okay.
Do you know what that
let's
means?
just take out common sense gun regulation.
Yeah, what
That's
the
very
fuck is just
specific, right?
No, it's not. What do you mean?
That is vague by definition.
Gun regulation. That's very specific.
Gun regulation and wage insurance are equivalent in terms of specificity, right? You want actually, I feel like gun regulation is actually even more vague, because I feel like with wage insurance in the context that is being articulated by a Democrat, I feel like the sort of like possibilities of what that could mean are a lot more diminished than if we're just going to talk about gun control.
Right?
Yeah, it's regulations about guns in the same way that like
Yeah, but it doesn't go into like the nature of like, you need elaboration on what sort of gun regulations, what sort, like it would require further elaboration to understand the nuance of the policy. They have an equivalent amount of vagueness.
I don't know. Wage insurance
Well, no,
seems
so what
more specific than gun regulation.
No, it's not, because wage
Yeah.
insurance isn't a real thing.
What does that mean? Isn't he talking about implementing it? Like ensuring people receive their wages?
What do you mean it's not a real
You
thing?
have to-
What is that argument?
What is
You have
what do
to
you-
take a guess. You have to take a guess as to what.
Okay. And you don't have I unironically, I can equivocally say she is, no, not might anymore. This is the worst debater I've ever heard so far. I've watched many debates. I've participated in many debates. And I already sort of thought she is unironically the worst debater I've ever heard. I said before, I think it was like a few weeks ago, I said to somebody's like, who do you think is worse, Duckbringer or Owlish? And I said, unironically, it's Owlish. Because Duckbringer can like follow a line of logic and like sort of like in the most basic way, right? And that's not a compliment, but like, there's no forgetting what you said 5 seconds ago and now like resorting to a new argument.
Wage and gun control
Or not understanding why an equivalence is being made, or not being able to track like in a comparison the premises for each.
is very specific. Like, oh, we're gonna put laws.
And trust me, I would never say that. I don't like to say that, but Duckbringer might be a better debater than Owlish. Thank you for the $2, Moon. Owlish debate mogs you, little bro. I saw the real DMs of you talking to me from Denal. Very concerning. Apparently, the snarkers are so evil that we have to own them by faking DMs.
On guns, right? What is wage insurance? If you don't know, you just said you don't know what it is.
So the name sort of implies the outcome, but doesn't imply how we're going to get there in the specifics. But I feel like when you can take an aggregation, this is coming from a Democrat, etc. That essentially the government is going to ensure wages. When you talk about gun regulation, you can regulate guns in so many different ways, right?
Assume it's some sort of like government guarantee of a certain amount of wage in certain conditions where you lose that wage, the government will make you whole for that, whatever that is. But I don't know how that, maybe it's a type of thing. I don't know.
Like if you were to input, what are all possible examples from a Democrat of wage insurance, and then you were to input what are all possible examples of gun control, you would get much more possible examples from gun control.
Oh, I'm not a wonk.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making, is that like when you're giving prescriptive or
I've never DM'd Black Cat.
very specific policies, you want to say, I am going to do gun control. We know what guns are and we know what gun control is because we already have pre-existing things that describe guns and gun control. I'm going to do like crazy things like wage insurance, basic income.
I know, but we're talking about vagueness. It just seems that
Gun regulations.
yeah, gun regulation.
She is just making it up as she goes. She's on her own, just literally making this up as she goes.
not
that could be like a
vague at
gun
all.
buy. All right, then what does it mean?
A gun buyback program is not regulation.
Oh, I was just going through the different things that could be considered gun regulation. So what is gun regulation?
fucking I don't know, size of magazines, regulating like certain, like you could regulate certain types of rifles entirely. You could regulate some types of pistols entirely, regulate some types of shotguns entirely, not allow sawed-off shotguns. Not, I mean, there's
Gun
Okay, so
regulation.
what does gun regulation mean?
Gun regulation is things like
banning suppressors would be gun regulation, right?
what kind of guns can people have versus automatics versus like
If you're to input possibilities, there's different types of gun, there's different types of within those types, there's different subtypes.
for example, Trump did something with what is it? Bump stocks. That's gun regulation.
Bump stocks, correct me if I'm wrong. Bump stocks were made federally illegal after the 2017 Las Vegas shooting, because Paddock had used a bump stock to it was the worst mass shooting in American history. But that's what led to the federal ban, correct? That wasn't that long after. But was that how
Yeah, there's a bunch of
I don't think that was bipartisan.
can't have-
yeah, there's a bunch of like very different
like,
policies, all of which would fit under that label.
Didn't Republicans oppose that?
Yeah, but they're very
Or a lot?
specific things. Wage again.
Underneath
wage
it,
insurance isn't a real
yes.
fucking thing.
Underneath.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm big on gun regulation too, but it would be fun as fuck to like go fire like a full auto Thompson submachine gun. Those look cool as fuck. Like the ones from like the gangster era. Those look cool.
With the kind of category of gun regulation, there are very specific things, yes. But
Yeah,
overall,
and
it's just
wage
like it's
insurance
kind of just
doesn't
this.
have a category. It's just like this anomalous thing just floating around in
People are
space.
saying
Nobody
unemployment
knows what-
insurance is a form of wage insurance. I don't know if that's true, but like I don't know. Why don't we just Google wage insurance?
But the bump stock ban was backed by most Democrat. Like this wasn't a Trump policy, right?
But
Wage
it says
insurance is a
because
form
of
of
AI.
Paddock didn't do shit. It was obviously him. The question is, for who, right? And why?
So like, what does that even mean? Again,
That's
What is
You can see the body cam. You can see the body cam. Them. I mean, I guess that's all could be faked or whatever. But like, you can see the body cam. Them breaching the room. They forgot. I remember this. They forgot. I was watching on YouTube. They forgot to blur the hotel, like a part of the hotel room, so you could literally just see him on the floor
that seems more specific.
when they like actually make entry.
Again, what is the
How are you
critique? Is vagueness, or what are you actually taking issue with?
Okay. How are
I think for them to both understand each other, what we need to establish first is how much sand do you need to add before, how many grains of sand do you need to add before it becomes a heap? I think they need to establish that before we can move forward.
you going to implement wage insurance for AI? So like AI takes your job and then what?
The government will
Give
ensure
me a
that you receive the wage that you would have received from your job before AI took it.
Second, you're going to talk
I feel like that's like way more specific than
to
gun
the stream real quick
regulation.
because I need to just go pick up a coffee order real quick. It'll be like 40 seconds. All right, just chill.
Who orders coffee? Get a fucking Keurig. Who orders coffee?
At a grocery store, that's not AI. That's just automation. Because it's not like the self-checkout is checking everything for you and then putting it in the bag and then giving it to you. That's not
Oh, he's in Japan? I didn't know he was in Japan.
job loss due to AI. So it's like it's hard to draw a distinction between
I don't know. I don't know this guy.
like, oh, they put in kiosks at Taco Bell and now I can order at Taco Bell on a touchscreen instead of talking to the person. And while I will grant you that AI does have this weird like ordering thing that I think is
He's in I'm sorry. I messed up, guys. I messed up. I'm sorry, Pisco. I can see the debate. I didn't know you were in Japan.
like wildly unsuccessful in most places, but you know.
I got my coffee delivered because I needed more while I was streaming. Just chill with this, and it's also incredibly cheap.
Coffee delivered?
It's incredibly cheap because I'm in Japan, and so I don't know if you guys heard, but like the dollar is insanely it's like crazy how cheap everything is here with $1. So appreciate this. All right, can we move off of this? Like, are we really going after him on vagueness grounds? Everyone's vague in their campaigns. It's like big ideas. It's just like less about the specifics, which you can find in some more.
That vague.
You don't think politicians are vague when they're like, yeah, we want more good jobs, not bad jobs. We want to
expand more access to this, that like the vagueness that they're always arguing for an outcome, but the vagueness comes from not necessarily articulating the mechanism. And I feel like in the example that she opposed versus the example that she was okay with, it remains the same, right? The mechanism isn't being communicated, just the outcome. But the mechanism for wage insurance, I feel like, is way more implied and like obvious in this context than
ensure that people are able to thrive, not just get along. It just seems like that's what politicians do.
Yeah, so the comparison I'm trying to draw here is the fact that like this vagueness kind of leads to lying, right? So if you make
it can, but under this logic, we could go through every politician's like actual proposed policy, and we could find examples of individual policy where not every single aspect of the mechanism is, of how it's going to be achieved, or even the entirety of the conclusion, it's not being like actually entirely communicated. I feel like you can find this from every politician across the board.
Sort of vague enough.
But in this instance, because she needs to know that she doesn't like this guy, she's going to insert that the vagueness has to be filled in with something negative here.
Ideas, and then people get into office, kind of it leads to them saying, well, I didn't lie, I just made it vague, and now this is what I'm doing.
And do they hate Pisco or not? I don't know, because like I saw like Erudite and Hutch arguing that with Black Cat that Pisco's not a snarker, and then I saw what is that? And then I saw oh, there was somebody as well that was like, Pisco needs to like take accountability because he's like still going on like shows that Destiny's on or whatever.
Right, because it's not necessarily a lie if it's a half truth, is essentially what they're doing.
Okay, and this is something that
so like if you have
is specific to El Sayed and these lefties.
Well, yeah. So like if you, hold on,
I honestly I don't give a fuck if he's on like panels, right?
Haley Stevens.
It's a bunch of vague shit too. I mean, like there's, it ranges, right? There's like some specifics and there's some vagueness, and a lot of the times what's on the campaign website is like broad strokes things.
Yeah, these are very specific things. Industrial and policy and STEM champions investment in domestic manufacturing, supply chains, research and development, and job training pipelines. Very specific. Draws her background as former chief of staff to Obama administration auto rescue task force to support automotive and manufacturing sectors. Very specific. Lowering costs, federal initiatives to reduce everyday consumer costs, housing expenses, and prescription drug prices.
Vagueness leads to lying only when it's El Sayed, right? Every politician has vagueness injecting their policy when it comes to El Sayed because she knows that they can't like him. It has to be filled in with, oh, so he's just gonna lie.
That's something that Kamala Harris actually did as well. That's less specific, but it's more specific than...
If I were Pisco right now, you'd just figure out, like, and he probably already knows this, who's a politician that Owlish actually likes, and then we could go to their policy position and we can find, we could go to their policy proposals before they were elected or whatever, and you could find numerous examples that would be way more vague than outside saying wage insurance.
Because research and development are amongst America's most important assets rather than gut critical research agencies such as the National Science Foundation, National Institute of Health, and pullback from funding research laboratories and universities across America. I believe our future requires us to invest more and faster. And I believe that taxpayers who fund this research should earn back the returns on their investment. What does that mean?
Wait,
how is that a promise?
Let me try it one more time.
And I believe that America and pullback from funding research are amongst, because research and development are amongst America's most important assets rather than gut critical research agencies such as the National Science Foundation, National Institute of Health, and pullback from funding research laboratories and universities across America. I believe our future requires us to invest more and faster. And I believe that taxpayers who fund this research should earn back the returns on their investment. What does that mean?
the government should subsidize research with taxpayer money so that taxpayers will reap the benefits of said research. Right? Like everybody probably has had someone in their family afflicted with cancer. So I think the implied payback of subsidizing cancer research would be the prevention of, or essentially maybe making the prognosis better for the taxpayer, for the citizen with cancer. I feel like that's pretty obvious what that means.
How is that a promise?
Was that from Stevens? Wait, can you read it again?
No, this is from Abdul.
I feel like that was super.
Okay, what was this?
Research and development.
Yeah, go for it. Sentence.
Research and development are among America's most important
Ask this lady what she thinks about Trotsky versus Stalin.
assets.
Yeah, I'm sure you're gonna get like a good answer there. I'm sure you're gonna get a good answer.
Gut critical research agencies like the National Science Foundation and the National Institute of Health, and pull back from funding research.
Yeah, it's reference.
Universities.
It's a reference to Trump policy.
Yeah, they're cutting. You know what the cruelest thing was that they fucking did while they were actively cutting research, or they're actively cutting funds to research that would be preventative or lead to improvements in the prognosis for people with cancer. They took this, and I don't blame the kid at all, right? Because he's a literal kid. I think his name was like DJ Daniel or whatever. He had cancer, and when they brought him out, I think it was during Trump's State of the Union, or they brought him out, right, and like basically used him as a prop, because then when the Democrats didn't stand up to clap because they don't support what's going on, it's like, oh, so you don't care about kids with cancer or whatever. But they're like using him as a tool while they're actively cutting funding that could save his life. That shit was like evil.
I know that.
It's saying don't do that.
Policy, right? If it references a policy and then it says, I believe our future requires us to invest more and faster. What the fuck is more and faster, and why?
So more is so like I understand more to be kind of like one of these.
Is that the kid he made? Yeah, and then everyone goes, oh, or whatever. But it's like, no, he's doing this for his benefit to look good, while he's actively hurting this kid. This kid is actively being hurt. The research that is having funding cut to it could potentially save his life.
Semantic primitives, like there's less, there's more, there's equal. Do you not know those concepts? Something's more.
So let me compare this to what
What?
Haley Stevens said. Healthcare Act supports protecting and expanding
She
Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security.
Yeah, expanding here is more.
Option. Yeah, expand what? Do you understand that Haley's policy?
They're different things. One is about research. One is about research. One's about like benefits.
Scientific integrity opposes political interference in health agencies and research, including legislative measures to stop our.
Wait, why is she not for this? I just fucking realized how. Why is she not for this? Why would any Democrat not be for this? When you talk about when you're opposing the fucking with my minimal knowledge of politics, that's one of the most like easy to recite issues that I have with Trump. The like war on basically the fucking war on like funding things that work to our mutual benefit, right? And I don't understand like why any Democrat would ever be opposed to that. I feel like this is even mainstream Democrats. This isn't like a DSA thing. This is like a pretty mainstream Democratic position.
Case Bad Science Act to protect. This is very specific, not make it more and faster.
More investment and faster investment. Don't do what Trump did and defund. That seems specific enough to me. I don't know.
Invest what? It just invest
Expand funding into research that will benefit the citizen, the taxpayer, like medical research.
more and
Money.
faster.
Invest money.
Where's
Make it.
money mentioned?
That investment usually carries the connotation of money.
It doesn't say that. You can invest time.
I'm saying
You
it's a
can
connotation.
Invest. Money is not mentioned. So this is what I'm talking about with vague policies.
She doesn't think saying gun control period is vague.
These are the types of things that I think people should read into when they're looking at a candidate that they want to vote for. If you see something like it appeals, so this is.
I agree with that policy position. I don't even need to look into that. If it is a position, to reverse the cutting of the subsidization of research, right? If that is a position, I agree with. Because believe it or not, I'm a human being and I can die from a rare illness, or, you know, medical treatment works to all of our advantage, right? The taxpayer, that would be research that results in like a medical breakthrough works to everyone's advantage. So I don't know why we would be like, that would be a great use of taxpayer money.
The problem that I have is it appeals to the least common denominator. I understand that a lot of people don't like to read statistics. They don't like to read long paragraphs that have like a lot of that have a lot of spice added to it in terms of like saying this person's act and this amount of money. But like, you understand that that's what MAGA did. That's what Trump did to MAGA, is they appealed to the least common denominator.
Yeah, I don't think that's what.
Yeah, this it's not a, this it literally, I would just interpret this as an oppositional position to what MAGA is doing, as opposed to he's proposing something new. That could literally mean just going back to the way things were, like in terms of going back to comparable funding for medical research before the cuts.
I'm gonna take trans out of schools.
I don't think that that's what El Sayed is doing, appealing to the least common denominator.
That is absolutely what he's doing, is appealing to the least common
Don't Ashkenazi Jews live pretty long on average?
denominator by saying, I believe that our future requires us to invest more and faster. Why?
The medical issues that come about from being an Ashkenazi Jew are more so considered before, like, for example, Tay-Sachs is a big one. That will like kill you before you even become if a baby is born with Tay-Sachs, they'll die before they reach adulthood, right? But it's recessive, right? Or it's recessive. You need both parents have to be carriers for that to even occur. So in a case of an Ashkenazi Jew that makes it past that, like, you have increased probability for certain diseases or whatever. But in general,
is it written at a third grade level if it's not appealing to the lowest common denominator?
It doesn't sound like.
But you find that in like certain populations have increased rates. I mean, including Ashkenazi Jews, lactose intolerance, right? Or sickle cell anemia is more common in individuals of African descent.
Third grade level, but if it is, like, then maybe that speaks ill of America. It just seems like a normal sentence. I don't know what to tell you. Invest more.
You think that it is a normal sentence to say, I believe our future to invest more and faster? You think invest more and faster is you think that that's a good sentence?
Invest more into medical research is a good sentence in the context of the budget cuts to research. Yep. Totally. I agree with that completely.
Yeah.
Pisco, I know you're smarter than that. Come on, bro.
What's wrong with it?
He didn't say
Build
anything
back better.
dumb.
Yeah, it's a good.
More.
Yeah. What about build back better? Build back better. What do you think of that?
Dude, Dunning-Kruger is so fucking real. It's crazy. I feel like I like to think I have the self-awareness where if I was talking like she was, I don't know if it's an insecurity thing or whatever, but like, I know when I'm not doing like good in terms of like my explanation of something or whatever. I feel like I'd have enough, you know, self-awareness where I would, in a conversation like this, where I'm like, somebody clearly knows more about this than I do, I would never try to like fucking get a dunk on them by being like, I know you're smarter than this, or...
Okay, so that's a slogan. This is a sentence.
Okay, read the full sentence.
This
And don't omit anything. The full sentence, from the start of the sentence to the period.
Yeah, this is a massively comma splice sentence. This is like an atrocity.
Oh, now I'm going to
Research
check
and
the commas. Wait. So hang on a second. Can you send me a link on our DMs?
Does somebody have a link to El Sayed's policy proposals? And if you have it, can you link it in an inbox? I guess I can just look it up.
Just send me the link, please. We're gonna get to the bottom of this comma splice. Alleged comma splice.
Well, let me send you the whole paragraph, and then I'll send you because I want to show you where.
No, send me the link. I'm
gonna send you the link. I'm gonna send you the link and the paragraphs.
Common sense priorities for our future: money out of politics, banning corporate money in politics, ending gerrymandering, Supreme Court reform. I mean, isn't this literally just Bernie shit? trade deals like NAFTA have been a disaster for American manufacturers. I support comprehensive federal zoning guidelines and legislation that protect communities from their unintended consequences. Towards that end, I created a leading-edge policy proposal for terms of engagement for data centers that I intend to pass as federal law in U.S. Senate. And then...
Okay.
Calm down. Don't worry. We're autisming.
I thought Destiny used to be a Bernie bro, didn't it?
It up together.
Okay.
Okay. This is the sentence that I'm looking at. I'll read it aloud. Research and development are among America's most important assets. Oh, I'm sorry. That's one sentence.
Like people said this when I was talking to Owlish, because sometimes I won't yell at her a lot or whatever. It is really hard for me to like actually have negative feelings towards like somebody this stupid. And what I mean by that is like, I don't consider them like serious enough as a person for me to like feel something like hatred towards them or actual anger at anything they're saying, because they're just like, I don't take them seriously, right? So I'd imagine that for someone like him, I'd imagine there's something similar going on. It's easy to be patient with these types sometimes because you don't necessarily have strong feelings for them.
Admitted. Rather than gut critical research agencies like the National Science Foundation and National Institute of Health and pull back from funding research laboratories in universities across America, I believe that our future requires us to invest more and faster. More what?
All right.
That is
hang on a second.
an incomplete thought.
So, says research and development are among America's most important assets. Rather than gut critical research agencies like the National Science Foundation and National Institutes of Health and pull back from future research laboratories in the University across America, comma, I believe that our future requires us to invest more and faster. What is...
I totally understand. How do you walk? Like, you completely know what he's arguing for. This is an opposition. Out of my minimal knowledge of politics, as I said before, Trump's like budget cuts to research is like one of the most like one of the things I can recall the easiest for why I hate him, right? I mean, there are many other reasons on top of that, obviously, but this literally just sounds like he's just opposing that, right? He wants to fund research, antithetical to the cuts and the gutting. That's what he means by gutting.
Not good about the sentence, and it's not a comma splice.
It's an incomplete thought.
No, it's not.
It is. Invest more and faster. Invest more what?
Money? What we were doing before the gut. The implication here is that you would reverse the gutting, potentially go a little, even go a little bit further, right? But you would, in its core, you would refund research. We already fund research. It's just been gutted. It's been cut.
Faster than what?
I'm assuming like time and money.
So, okay, so do we just draw
$10 from Doobie. Every cultist of the age play Ayatollah, is that what we're calling him now? Every cultist of the age play Ayatollah does this low IQ manipulation strategy when they're struggling as they learn it from daddy. You can't possibly think that, right? I actually don't even know if she's smart enough to try to. It almost like maybe it sounds like they just have like filler phrases and shit that they just like throw out because they hear him say it all the time. When I watched him or whatever, I still caught some of the speaking matters, or I still have those. Like when he does I cut back on it, right? But with the fucking wait, like that sort of shit. I think that's what I took from him.
all conclusions from sentences?
That's usually the connotation. That's usually the connotation of invests. We need to invest more.
I don't even know if it's conscious. It's like
our
automatic
kids.
for them.
We need to invest more in our education. We need to invest more in healthcare. We need to invest more in our national debt. That's a connotation of investment.
I don't think we invest in our debt.
What?
It just means it's an indicator that we need to like spend more time, allocate more resources in a given place.
Oh, so we need to invest more time into our future?
The feigned confusion, man. The fucking feigned confusion.
Invest more
Our future
like
requires to invest
effort,
more
energy, money. Usually it's money is connotation.
Effort?
Time and effort, yeah.
Effort. This is good. No, this is really good.
Time, effort, money. It's all fungible. Yes.
So why would you not put a specific adverb? Verb?
I
The next
normally
sentence says,
I normally hate political debates. This one's good.
and I believe the taxpayers who fund this research should earn back the returns on their investments. So that seems. Why didn't they say fund money? Right? They could mean anything. Fund apples. Fund.
Because everybody's
wallets?
a taxpayer. Every single person is a taxpayer, except for children.
Are you trolling me? I really can't tell.
What do you mean? So why you can refer to
I don't pay my taxes.
anybody as a
I have to, but I don't. So I'm kidding.
taxpayer? What do you
IRS
mean?
don't.
It's like saying my fellow Americans.
You know what's crazy? Typically, like, and now I would have already met that bracket, but typically to fall into the first income bracket, you have to make what, like over 10K a year? But if you're self-employed, like this would count as self-employment. You have to file if you're making over $400 a year.
Okay. This is your problem with El Sayed is this kind of stuff?
Yes, because like I said, he is making very vague pandering statements. And the pandering statement
Pandering to he calls these common sense policy because it is literally common sense. There's no pandering insofar as like he agrees with very obvious policy proposals that are pretty like universally accepted by all Democrats. Basically, I didn't even know there were Democrats that were against refunding the research that Trump made budget cuts to. I didn't even know Democrats like that existed. I feel like that's like at its most basic level, like
lead to people saying things like, I am a doctor, and then people assume you are a medical doctor, and then you look into it and you find out that he has a
Well, he's a medical
doctorate.
doctor.
He's not a medical doctor.
Yes, he is.
He never went to med school.
That's not true. He did.
He has a doctorate in epidemiology, right?
He's a MD.
Where did he go to medical school?
does she think you can be an MD?
I don't know if it was University of Michigan or something. I don't really know that, but he did.
So from what I read, he only has a doctorate
Yeah, there are people saying he went to
in
Columbia.
epidemiology.
Very prestigious.
Unironically, there was a while where, see, if you're a man like me, your parents want you to go down two paths. They want you to be a doctor or a lawyer. There is no other option. And I, like, for a while, was unironically, like, super. I read a book called Spillover by David I think David Quammen is his name, back in, like, it was before COVID or whatever. And, like, epidemiology is, like, interesting as fuck.
Med school.
I would have, in another life, I would have done some shit like that.
Michigan and Columbia.
I would have wanted to be like a CDC investigator where they like contact trace to like find like patient zero. That sounds cool.
Yeah, Columbia University, I'm sure he's a public health professor. Like he never.
Yeah,
like,
but he has an MD, and you said he didn't.
No, he has a doctorate.
He also has an MD.
Okay, so where did he go to medical school specifically?
I think either Columbia or Michigan. I don't know. I just know he has an MD.
It's not it's not a medical school.
It's not
though.
specific.
Does she not? The schools that offer a bachelor's degree also have doctorate programs so you can get your medical doctorate. Like the University of Michigan has a medical school. She doesn't. I don't think she really. I actually don't know.
One of their associated.
Thank you for the 2, Hellbent. Queeman and Nose did not dance tonight, FYI. This is disgusting. It's fucking despicable. Okay? How dare they not dance?
Medical schools. I don't know. Here, someone said he graduated from University of Michigan for his undergraduate, Columbia University for his medical degree, and Oxford University for his doctorate.
This guy sounds overqualified. U of M's a great school. And
Here, someone said
obviously
he graduated from University of Michigan for his undergraduate, Columbia University for his medical degree, and Oxford University for his doctorate.
Is it? Oh, Oxford University is not the, because in England when they say Oxford they mean the University of Cambridge, right? It's Oxford's the town. Oxford University is a separate college, I think. It's not related, right? University of, is it? No, no, it is in England. It's the one in England. Never mind. Is it? I could be. This is like a stupid moment. Hold up. Did he go to?
Yeah, a doctorate is not a medical doctor.
Not necessarily, but a medical doctorate is a medical doctorate.
He's an MD. Yes.
Which would make you a medical. Would make you a doctor, a medical doctor.
No.
He also has a
No.
doctorate. He also has a doctorate. He has both.
A doctorate is not an MD.
He has both.
You said
He has
for his
both.
undergrad and his doctorate.
He's an MD and he has a doctorate.
He's not an MD.
Why do you say he is not an MD?
Because he didn't go to medical school.
He did.
No, you have to pass an exam to be a doctor, do you not?
He has an MD and a PhD.
This isn't real, man. This is not real.
Does MD not stand for master's degree?
All right, I can't, man. I actually fucking can't. What? What is she talking about? There's no fucking shot, bro. There's no way. What?
No. Are you trolling?
No. Well,
I actually don't know what to say here.
that was a little bit trolling, yeah.
Oh, Schrodinger's retard. Schrodinger's retard. You could hear her like ashamed no. You could hear her like ashamed no because she realized how fucking stupid she looks now. And now she's gonna pretend like it was a half joke.
It's a doctor
Which is ironically enough exactly what they accuse us of doing.
of medicine. It's not a medical doctor.
I don't know what to tell you.
She literally will not. She can't give this guy it. She can't even acknowledge that he has the qualifications that he has.
He's an MD.
It's a medical degree. It doesn't mean you're a doctor. You have a doctorate of medicine because he teaches epidemiology.
Yeah, but he still had to go to med school.
So he didn't pass hold on, what is the doctor exam? That sounds stupid, but you know how you have to pass the bar to be a lawyer?
I don't even agree with that. I think you have to be
And you don't even have to you have to get your Juris Doctor, right? But you don't even need to be like, I think she also thinks like you have to actually be practicing medicine, like you have to actually be treating patients to have an MD, right? You can have your Juris Doctor and not actually go and practice law, right?
to practice to call yourself a lawyer.
Yeah, you don't need to be practicing.
You call him a doctor if he's not practicing.
If somebody has a law degree, if somebody took and passed the bar and they're in good status with the bar, right? You have to, I think it's like every 5 years in certain states, right? You have to retake the test or whatever. They're still a lawyer. They could literally be working as a fucking, I don't know. They could be working at the checkout aisle of a grocery store and still be a lawyer, even if they're not practicing law.
Being a doctor, what do you?
No,
what?
you said he didn't have an MD, but he has an MD.
Like some of the legal consultants they bring on, like some of them are not still actively practicing law on like the news or whatever that they'll bring on. They're not
I said he's not a doctor.
He has an MD. I believe that makes you a doctor.
Okay, so like, what? I can get a doctor. I can get an MD in fucking dancing and all.
Folks, this is really bad, man. This is really fucking. Do you notice how when I was up against Owlish or whatever, That's when Destiny comes in. Because he knows, because everybody watching knows that this person is a fucking idiot. They're an incompetent fucking moron. Who is looking at this and being like, oh, this person fucking, they won. I don't know how you go about life like this and not understand that you're an incompetent fuck.
All of a sudden, I'm
And
a
have the humility to like not even get involved in an argument like this.
doctor? Like, what?
I wouldn't have even taken this debate. Even if I was like trying to like steelman her position, I don't feel confident that I'm good enough to debate him on that. Well, knowing sort of what they, I mean, if we're just arguing about vague, I mean, maybe.
I just know that he has an MD.
Oh my God. Okay, so you have to take the MCAT to get to medical school, and then you have to take the USMLE to get licensed. So if he doesn't have a license,
How do you become an?
he's not a doctor. He has a doctorate. So that's like saying like
what is?
oh, I have a doctorate in women's studies. I have a doctorate in basket weaving. It's not the same thing. Like you can't go to him. You can't go to his. He can't start a practice, right?
I think he could.
you
I think he could. I think the question is whether he did. I think
no,
that's like
he didn't. Did he pass the MCAT?
I think he passed all the requisite exams. He just didn't start a practice.
What?
Yeah, this is somebody who wants a conclusion to happen, but hasn't actually gone through the part where they decide why, right? So they have to sort of, you form the conclusion first, and you're making up the premises as you go. You can see this throughout this conversation, right? It's literally the definition of bad faith. She doesn't actually understand why she doesn't like this person. Well, that's not the definition of bad faith, but hold up. But she is being
Yeah,
bad
it
faith.
says. Okay.
So you agree that
So I
he
don't
has an
think that
MD,
he
right?
ever- He never. Okay, so you understand that a doctorate of medicine.
Can you answer my question first? Do you think he has an MD or not?
What?
Do you think he has an MD?
A doctor, a medical. What does MD stand for?
I'm not. Okay, so
She still thinks it. Do you know how she said, "Can I just get my MD in dancing?" She still thinks that it means master's degree. She unironically, even after having that moment where she looks stupid, she doesn't even know why she looks stupid because she still thinks that it means master's degree. So even her like cope of "I was half joking" doesn't work because she's still arguing for the thing that made that embarrassing.
I understand MD that stand for medical doctor. I could be wrong about that. I'm not an
It
expert.
doesn't. It means doctor of medicine.
Okay, doctor of medicine.
It stands for doctor of medicine, or medicinae doctor in Latin.
Medicinae
is a medical
doctor?
degree.
Okay, I don't know.
Medicinae.
I just know MD is like the professional degree for
It
doctors.
is a medical degree.
Yeah.
This is good.
So it doesn't mean you're a doctor. It means you have a doctorate of
Yeah, but
medicine. That means you can teach that means you can teach medicine. That doesn't mean you can practice medicine.
I think the MD is like the professional degree. I could be wrong about that, but I just know he has an
It
MD.
is. It is a professional degree, but he didn't pass the MCAT. He can't go practice medicine. He can't walk into a hospital and start performing surgery, right?
I'm sure there are some. Yeah, I'm sure that there are some limitations on him, like going right now and entering into the hospital and just opening someone up.
Because you also have to. Okay, I could be off about this as well, but you can get your doctorate of medicine or whatever, right? You get your MD, but it's sort of like the difference because I understand law better or whatever, but it's more you can't go. That alone doesn't let you practice medicine because you have to get a permit or a license to practice medicine, right? That has to be like maintained, correct? That allows you to open and maintain a practice, but the qualification for that is the MD, right? So it'd be like somebody can have their Juris Doctor or whatever, but not be well, no, there's actually the comparison isn't there.
But like I'm just he has an MD, right? You agree?
Yeah, he has an MD, a doctor of medicine, right? But
Is she crying?
You don't call him.
But you said he didn't have an MD.
No, I said he wasn't a doctor.
No, you said he didn't have an MD.
It's literally on his Wikipedia. Of course, I would say that he has an MD. It's on.
So I don't know why people would lie when you can just rewind.
I literally clicked on the link. Columbia University.
Are you denying
MD,
that
right?
you said? Are you denying that you said he didn't have an MD?
If I did say that, then I misspoke.
Okay. So what is your
Because
claim
I
now?
said he's not a doctor. It's been my claim the entire time.
Wait, why is he, in virtue of what is he not a doctor?
Okay, so
It's not even like a case where somebody's a doctor because they got like a doctorate in like in this even in like the most like the context of the way most of us use it, he's still a doctor. He has his MD, right? It's not like he's a doctorate in music or whatever either. Which would still allow you to use the.
Are you using to define the word doctor?
I'm asking you. I don't really. I just understand people who
So
have MDs.
when I'm thinking okay, so when he says that he's a doctor, right? I'm
Yeah.
thinking that like, oh, okay, he got a PhD. I'm thinking like, oh, okay, he can.
He did
practice
get a
medicine.
PhD. Wait, no, he got a PhD as well.
No, and that's fine. But like,
So he's a doctor.
So, like,
on
for
your
example,
on
if
your
you go
own
to-
view, he's a doctor, right?
no,
You know, my grandfather was a doctor, but he was a dentist, but he went through medical school, had to do a residency, work with cadavers or whatever. And even now, he's still called doctor. I've never heard anyone, anytime people refer to him, they call him doctor.
no, because when I think
Okay.
about doctor, I think of somebody who's practiced medicine.
Okay, you might
So
think
when
of
I think
that.
of a
You might think of that, but what do you understand a doctor to be?
So how has he portrayed himself? Has he said that I'm a doctor?
I think
Doctor's just the title. You don't need to practice if you don't need to practice if you have qualifications. The same applies in the context of law, right? You don't need to actually practice law to be a lawyer.
Yeah, he's referred to as Dr. El Sayed, and that's what people refer to him in the media as well.
Yeah, again, that sounds like a lie of omission, which is one of those vague little lies.
I could even sort of see that argument if somebody wanted to. Can't anyone technically call themselves doctor or whatever? But I could maybe sort of see that argument if he has like his PhD in some non-medical context. Actually, I would still vehemently disagree there because there are tons of people we call doctor who don't actually have an MD. But even if it's not even that, he actually has his MD. So I don't understand. Like, he went through medical school. I don't see what like world this guy doesn't have a right to call himself doctor.
And those vague little things that he does that is basically showing that he is not trustworthy, right?
I don't know
Agree
why.
Why? Do you think that Kamala Harris would ever say that she was a CEO of McDonald's?
No.
Do you think that she would ever say like, "Oh yeah, I was a stakeholder of McDonald's because she worked at McDonald's"?
That would be a wild exaggeration, right? That'd be because the conclusion you'd walk away if you hear Dr. El Sayed, you're not walking away from that thinking inherently that this guy like is going to treat you when you get sick or whatever, right? You just know that he's completed certain he's gone through a certain he's completed certain requirements and gone through a process of education that has allowed him to use that distinction.
I don't think she would.
As opposed to if she's to say she's a shareholder in McDonald's, your actual conclusion of what that would mean most of the time would be inaccurate if it was just she was an employee.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing, right? Does that not make
Specificity is required if the provided language leads you to an incorrect conclusion in like most instances or half of instances or amount of instances that would be problematic.
sense?
Not really.
Okay, Pisco, I think you do this thing where you pretend to be ignorant of something when I know perfectly well that
What
you're
am I
not
what am
ignorant
I
of it.
pretending to be ignorant of?
Okay, well, first of all, you wanted to tell me that you read things every single day. You sit there and you read legal papers and you want to tell
Yeah,
me
not
that
doctor
the
shit.
sentence that you read. No, I'm referring back to the
more
Yeah,
and faster.
Yes, but yeah,
You're
that
telling me
that
that
is
you
not a
read
comma
papers-
splice. That's not a comma splice. Rather than
I said
comma, I believe that our future should do this. What about
Wait.
that is grammatically incorrect?
Did Owlish not go to college? Did Owlish not go to college? Like, I mean, you would say, for some, you'd say professor. For others, you'd say, Dr. Blank, right? A lot of professors have their doctorate, their PhD. They're not practicing medicine. So, like, if you go to a college in America, there's probably been at least one professor you call doctor, right? So does she, like, would she, like, stand up in class and be like, you're misleading us?
Well, first of all, it should probably have been a semicolon.
No, it shouldn't. No,
Or
no,
a-
no.
or an
You're wrong.
M dash.
That's
Yeah, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. According to Owlish, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. misled the public.
no. It could be an M dash, but this is correct, and it shouldn't be a semicolon.
It should be an M dash.
A comma is appropriate.
I don't think so.
Why not? What rule
Because
does it
it's
violate?
too indistinct.
No, I couldn't make any based off how she's arguing here. I actually wouldn't necessarily make even claim like she's homeschooled, because the thing is, it's not just like you can have a bad quality education but have like certain cognitive abilities that allow you to reason through an argument, that allow you to follow a train of thought, fluid reasoning, for example. Your fluid reasoning abilities don't need to come from like external knowledge necessarily, right? It can be supplementary to and improve that. But like she lacks basic fluid reasoning, which is a cognitive issue, not an educational one.
There's two distinct thoughts.
No. This is not a complete sentence. Rather than gut critical research agencies like the National Science Foundation, the National Institute of Health, and pull back from future.
That's what I think is going on here. She completely lacks fluid reasoning abilities.
Funding research laboratories and universities across America. It's not complete. It's a dependent clause.
Yeah, these are two complete thoughts.
No, it's
Because
not.
he's stating a fact. He's stating a fact.
No, I don't think she's doing it on purpose. I actually don't. I believe she is legitimately like this. I would believe she legitimately it has some sort of cognitive deficit.
And then saying, I believe our future we're
I think she should get tested.
required. Those are two independent thoughts. It should be an M dash.
It's not an independent clause. It would be an incomplete sentence if you just.
Because like I've argued with uneducated people. Who can still follow a train of thought. Their lack of knowledge is knowledge is limited, and they might have incorrect information. But if we were to assume that everything they know is true, their arguments are coherent. Their arguments are valid. They're just not sound, right? She can't even make a valid argument.
Made a period there.
No, it would be America M dash. I believe that our future, or it should be a semicolon.
a
because
comma
you're
is
saying
appropriate
that one thought
there.
leads to the other.
The comma is fine there.
But
There's no problem with that.
I think there is a big problem with it.
What's the problem?
I think it's a defense mechanism to protect her. No, you know what was a defense mechanism to protect her ego? When she said she was half trolling. She realizes she just said something that makes her look dumb based on the way Pisco's talking, but she doesn't know what it is. So she wants to give herself plausible deniability by saying she was doing a half troll. The problem is she doesn't understand why she just looked dumb, so she goes on to seriously continue to argue along the same pretense that initially made her look dumb, that an MD is a master's degree. That's why she goes on to say you can get an MD in dancing. Does that mean you could call yourself a doctor?
Because
That would be a defense mechanism, what she did there.
it's two incomplete thoughts. One of them is a declaration, the declarative statement. The other one is a question.
A question?
I believe.
Humility does not hurt you in a debate, okay? Unless when you're arguing with somebody that's bad faith, they'll really harp on like any form of humility, but those people come, at least for me when I'm watching, I know when somebody's desperate for a win, right? When they have to like harp on small little things, or when they have to, and that doesn't make them look very good when you're doing things like that. Like in a debate, you actually look better when you could just grant the smaller things or smaller mistakes, etc., and then win on substance. Wait, hold up.
I believe.
What's
I
the
don't know.
question?
I don't know.
Where's the question?
Wait.
Well, I believe they probably are both independent. I'm sorry.
No, the
declarative
first,
statements.
the first. What do you mean by declarative statement? What's declarative
Hold up.
statement here?
So the declarative statement would be like the first thing rather than gut research, blah, 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 across America.
No,
That's
what is a declarative statement? What do you mean by a declarative statement?
A statement that declares something, or a formative statement.
Okay. Do you mean an independent clause? What do you mean? It's not a complete sentence. The first...
I'm using. You know what? I'm using AI. Okay.
Coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb debate. True. I wouldn't even like if our Pisco here. Pisco looks better. Not like Pisco knows. Pisco knows he's like overqualified for this in the sense of he has the basic cognitive ability to reason. She does not. So he's not even being. He'd actually look bad if he was being aggressive here because she's like so stupid that like he's out of his league or beyond his league on this one, right?
Yeah, and when AI tells you that it is.
Wait, hold on. I want to go back.
Independent clause? What do you mean? It's not a complete sentence. The first...
I'm using. You know what? I'm using AI. Okay.
Did she just do the fucking Rob North thing where it's wait, no shot, bro?
Yeah, and when AI tells you that it is a formatted correct sentence, what will you say then?
At least she admitted it, okay?
I will say that its clarity is only 89%.
What does she think a declaration is?
This is crazy.
Why is this crazy? This is okay. So basically, this is exactly what you do to everybody else. So welcome to your.
When do I do this? When do I do this to anybody?
Welcome to your own nightmare. Welcome to your own.
He could. You don't even. He could be so. He could even get away. He could be. He could be so much more mean than he's presently being, and he can like be harping on her so much more than he's doing right now. He's being exceptionally charitable to her here, like, or even just he's being good to her here, right? And she still takes issue with it.
When have I done this?
What? Get hyper fixated on one thing and argue about it for 3 hours?
No, I've done that, but when have I been like, the comma splice, therefore he can't be trusted, therefore he's like Trump, therefore we shouldn't vote for him.
Okay, this is this thing you do when you take things that I've said and then simplify them to their most.
Oh, she does this too. Oh, so this is her favorite catchphrase is, oh, so is this the thing where you explain like a normal process of conversation? Like, I asked Owlish for evidence once, and she's like, oh, so this is the thing where, like, where you guys, like, demand a source? So this is the thing where you, like, as if that's, like, a unique thing to ask you to provide evidence for your argument or something.
Bastardized form and then say it back to me like it's something I said. That is not what I said.
Well, then why are we focusing on the comma splice?
So
alleged.
You would accuse him of making a straw man if that were true.
It's not even a comma splice.
Because that was the argument
man.
I was making, that he's appealing to the least common denominator.
And therefore he has bad grammar and doesn't put the comma in the appropriate place or use the comma instead of an M dash. Do you know how elitist that sounds?
Yeah. Don't you want to sound smart?
Do you think an M dash would appeal to the more enlightened reader as opposed to a comma, which is for the masses?
Well, I mean, he has a whole section on education. Would you want to educate people about M dashes?
No, we're talking about what you brought to bear.
Yeah. So if we're looking at the broad picture, let's not miss the, miss the trees for the forest or whatever it is. To look at the broader picture, I think that the things he says in his campaign promises or the things that he proposes are just extremely vague. They appeal to the least common denominator.
Everything she's brought up is an example of vagueness. I can completely understand what he's arguing for. And in cases where I don't understand the mechanism, it's the same level of vagueness you'd find from the policy proposals of anybody else.
Extremely imprecise as opposed to Haley's, as opposed to Stephen's statement, which are...
Well, actually, Pisco read a policy proposal from Stevens, which she then before knowing it was from Stevens, which she refuted for being too vague, thinking it was from El Sayed. So I don't think she means that.
Extremely precise in the things that she wants to happen. Again, these are the types of things that somebody does when they're trying to obfuscate what their true intent.
Put Owlish in a home. 2027. Put Owlish in a home.
Intentions are. This is the same thing that Trump did with MAGA. This is the same thing that multiple candidates have done with MAGA, is they say things that sound nice until you actually.
That's my new policy proposal. I'm running for office. I'm running for office on the platform of putting Owlish in a care facility.
Until they actually get in office and do the real thing, and it suddenly it turns into something that it's not supposed to be. Because again, let me give you an example of.
You can fit. No, I cannot. She lacks. There are certain things that, unfortunately, and I don't like to say this all too often, but like there are certain things that education can't fix, and like a complete deficit in fluid reasoning abilities to this extent, I don't think I could ever teach someone like this how to fucking even get through a debate.
We're gonna take trans out of schools or whatever his thing is in. We're gonna stop the people from crossing the border, and we're gonna get rid of the murderers.
The conclusion there, the conclusion of the trans policy, right, would be bad. The conclusion he's arguing for. The mechanism is not articulated whatsoever. We don't know how he's going to do that, right? When Elside is speaking about, he's literally listing the specific action that his policy is meant to reverse or correct, right? The Trump budget cuts to research, using it's implied that using subsidies, using taxpayer money. He says the taxpayer getting back, I forgot his exact wording. So he communicates how it will be done, why it's being done, the specific things it's meant to reverse.
Right, but in practice, how did that turn out?
I don't know.
Okay, don't say you don't know, because I know you do know.
How did it turn out? Yeah, like they did a bunch of fucked up shit.
Who's the guy? I think was it Wittgenstein, or who's the person? Listen, I know jack shit about philosophy, but who's the person that essentially boiled down language to the transference of mental pictures between individuals, right? She has a mental picture in her mind of what she's intending, and then when her language is unable to effectively transmit that image to the other individual, she just expects them to be getting it. She's not aware of her own deficits in description.
Trump, right?
Yeah, so it didn't turn out good, and that's what happens when
you really don't know.
elect
I said Wittgenstein.
who make very
That's why I'm
broad,
supporting the Democrat
sweeping-
here, not the MAGA person.
No, he's doing the same thing. That's the entire argument. He's doing the same exact thing that the
I don't know
MAGA
how.
person
Because of the
Saying, once again, just for the reason I communicated, it's way more specific than taking trans out of schools.
comma splice. Because
The policy position that she was contesting in regards to the reversal on research cuts was actually more specific than I'd even expect.
he's appealing to low.
What you learn from the message is the why, you learn the how, taxpayer, right? So it would be subsidized with government money provided by the taxpayer, returning, coming back, like getting something out of their payment investment, meaning you can imply that the research will work to the common benefit.
No,
Lowest common
because he's saying
denominator.
because he's saying very vague, broad, sweeping.
To know what kind of research he's talking about, you just need to look at what critical research was gutted by the Trump administration.
Declarative statements without very specific things that he plans on doing.
Okay, so
which
we
lead
got the
people-
vagueness point. We leave that to the discretion of the audience. Is there anything other than the vagueness point that you want to raise that you have an issue with?
Yeah, why did you say that you would rather vote for a rapist than a Republican? You said that about.
I never said that.
Yes, you did. Don't lie.
When did I say that?
You said that about. You said about Plattner.
What is the quote? Is the quote like given he were
Yeah, it was a
viable, would I pick?
hypothetical.
Oh yeah, given that he were viable, would I prefer Plattner?
Unfortunately, yeah, if you're utilitarian, an easy argument can be made for that. It doesn't look good, but an easy argument can be made for that, right? Unfortunately, that shouldn't have to be an option. But also, like, if a Republican's in the picture, it's really just going to be your rapist versus my rapist. If we're talking Republicans in the picture, right? But if it's like if it's an instance of, if like somebody's policy proposal, it's literally a trolley problem. It is literally just the trolley problem.
Over Susan's, given that he would be able to achieve harm reductionist ends? Yeah, given that he's able to achieve those ends, right? And the answer is yeah, I would double down on that.
So you said at the end of your live stream, maybe it was in the middle, I don't know. I stopped watching. No, it was at the end. You said, I would rather vote for, you said something like, I'm going to say it, and I don't care who repeats it or who hears it. I would rather vote for Graham Plattner, who is a rapist, than a Republican.
I didn't say that exactly. What I said was, given that
Do you
you
agree
were
with that,
so.
though?
No, I'll tell you what I agree with. So Soy Pill had asked if it were the case that Graham Plattner basically was still viable and able to achieve his harm reductionist ends, as you will understand them, would you vote for him over Susan Collins? The answer is absolutely yes. I think you'd be a monster not to.
Okay.
Do you disagree with that?
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything insane about that position. Right? It's a case of harm that's been perpetrated versus the further prevention of harm. And so obviously an individual act, right, a horrific individual act would lead to an overwhelmingly negative assessment of that person, but not the policies that will necessarily be implemented, right? If the policies that are implemented reduce net harm in general, you don't have to like the person doing it, or you could hate the person. The person doing it should be in prison. But
Yeah, because we understand that blue, no matter who, doesn't mean like let's vote for people who are literally rapists, right? Because that's how we got into the situation again with Trump, where he's a literal rapist, and
she's trying to get a clip on Pisco. Yeah,
we're like, let's put people who do crimes in office. Something good always happens out of that. I mean, again, sometimes, and I'm not saying that it's a good decision, right? You don't always make.
Ask her right now. Would she vote for Plattner over Hitler? Easy question. To my knowledge, Hitler didn't rape anybody, personally at least, right? There's a lot of rape under him, but he didn't rape anybody personally. So he's technically not a rapist, right? But there's other issues besides that there. Would Owlish vote for Hitler over Plattner? Easy question.
The best decision.
Who would you vote for, Hitler or Graham Plattner?
What? Yes! I love this guy. I didn't pre-watch this. I swear on my life. That was good timing. Love this guy. I did not pre-watch this.
Yeah, I'm not engaging with that. That's ridiculous.
Oh, so there are some conditions in some hypotheticals where you would vote for a rapist.
No, because
smart strategy. Very smart strategy.
If you say that,
so
you have to ask what led you to
this is
that.
what's bullshit, right? So you want me to answer for my hypotheticals, and I stand by them, and I think that my hypotheticals are correct. But when asked towards, you want a concern troll about the hypothetical where I answered it, and now you're like, I would.
She wanted to, so he turned it around and is now trying to get a clip form on her, and she's not going to answer because she knows it's going to look bad.
Engage with that. I'm above such hypotheticals. I'm too pure.
What do you mean? It's not a hypothetical. This is literally what happened.
No. The hypothetical is that Graham Plattner is.
Thank you for the 2. Starfish Duder. Yeah, clip like hell, people. Clip. It is. We are a cooperative effort. Okay. If you want to help us out, get like OBS or screen recording app. Clip it, put it on Twitter, and at me, and just don't at me at the beginning or it won't show up. And at me, and I will retweet and like.
Still a viable candidate and is able to achieve the harm reductionist ends or plausible.
Thing for the 2, Will is me. Do Lio Convoy and Gideon use the same? I don't know anything about Gideon.
Achieve them. No, he wasn't.
And I've never seen Lio Convoy in an actual debate.
He wasn't in that position.
You said this.
No, he wasn't in that
Right,
position.
but like, it's still the other person. He was okay.
Yeah, but you won't answer the
Right, and this is
hypothetical,
the reason-
and you're like, it's unfair. It's unfair for me to
Yeah,
answer
because
hypothetical.
Hitler-
So it's unfair for me to answer hypothetical.
I wish you would let her talk.
But we're going to call them to account for their answers to hypotheticals, and we get to bring in the Nick Fuentes, what if he's a Democrat hypothetical. We get to ask hypotheticals, we just don't have to answer hypotheticals, because us answering hypotheticals, that's bad faith. But us asking it of Pisco, or calling him to account for his answer, that's all fair game, of course.
No, because your hypotheticals don't ever question what led us to the point to have Hitler running against a rapist.
We could get into that, but what's the answer? if it hypothetically, if it came down to it, if we look at the 25-point program for the Nazi Party and our understanding of policies implemented by Hitler, let's say he's up for to implement those policies, he's in an election, versus Plattner in the implementation of his articulated policies, but also his past, would she pick Hitler over Plattner?
Right.
Because she said it is ridiculous to vote for a rapist over a Republican, right? You should never be voting for a rapist, right? And I would, the emotional side would normally agree, except there are cases, obviously, hypothetically, where to reduce net harm, you would do something like that.
And to simplify.
Yes, in that instance, I would vote for Plattner over Hitler.
the
Right?
steps.
A hypothetical is meant to simplify.
it's not simple-
Yes,
it's not-
yes.
it's not
It's a stylized
simplification.
hypothetical. Yes, it is.
How do we get to the How do we get to the
That's
situation?
tangential to
She
the.
can't even conceptualize like what logic he's attempting to. No, she does actually. She knows. She knows exactly because she sees the trap. That's why she's not walking into it.
Hypothetical.
Hitler?
That's tangential to the
not.
hypothetical. That's tangential to the
Because-
hypothetical.
It's not, because we know what Hitler did. We didn't know Graham Plattner was a rapist. And
Let's assume that Graham Plattner implements every policy that he says he's going to implement. Or let's assume, assuming honest, let's say honest Graham Plattner, where the only thing he lied about is claiming he didn't rape or something, right? Let's say honest Graham Plattner, where he actually implements the policies he claims he's going to implement, or at least make a good faith effort to attempt to, with nothing extra, right? Versus Hitler and the policies that he implemented.
till at the very end.
Yeah, that's going to be priced
We
into
knew he
whatever
was-
the parameters are of the hypothetical.
And her not, what her not answering this tells me? Under the logic that she's established, she knows she's going to have to answer with Hitler. So, I think I unironically think Owlish would vote for Hitler over Plattner.
Do we know what Hitler did?
Yeah,
In
I mean,
your
reasonably, yeah. Reasonably, yeah. I mean, you can ask more questions.
Actually, you don't even need to know what he did. Actually, take out World War II. Take out World War II, take out the Holocaust. Would you vote for Hitler under the policies proposed in Mein Kampf and the 25-point program?
About it, but the whole point
Which conveyed a version of the
of the hypothetical is to have a stylized example. If you need to ask more questions about the parameters, that's fine. You can just ask those questions. But you say, oh no, we can't engage with Pisco's hypotheticals. Why even answer them? And then you're coming here to hold me to account for a hypothetical that I answered. But you won't answer them. I'll answer them. You won't, because you guys are bad
That's
faith.
everybody.
Oh, wait, I answer the hypotheticals. I also ask the hypotheticals. It's you guys are like complaining, like crying.
Okay,
How could you do the bad faith hypotheticals? Just answer it and explain why it's different.
I just explained why it's different. I just explained completely why it's different because we know what Hitler did.
So you would vote.
So why?
you would vote.
Why won't you be able to answer? So why you even understand the limitation? Even if you don't know what Plattner's gonna do, you know what he's allowed to do and get away with. So even if under the assumption that Plattner could try to there is no if Plattner got into the Senate, there's no world where he could implement under checks and balances. There's no world where he could do the amount of harm that Hitler did, right? So even if you don't believe that Plattner is who he says he is, you would still be able to answer this very easily.
You would vote for Plattner over Hitler, so you vote for a rapist, right?
Hold on.
Think of the two will, Owlish daughter or Liam son. Probably Liam son.
Oh, hold on! I need to think about this. So you would consider voting for Hitler?
I want to
No,
because again,
easily Liam son, right?
you're that thing where you
Hitler is way
simplify
more
and backwardize,
specific than
okay?
Plattner. Hitler has a
We
very
know
specific
what
platform.
we know what Hitler did, so he would never get to the point of being in the election.
You're
We had
fighting
to
the
lose-
hypothetical.
But I did eat breakfast this morning.
You're fighting the hypothetical. You're saying I don't want to answer.
Because it's a
You're fighting the
stupid
hypo.
hypothetical, Pisco. It's a stupid.
Yes,
you can't just
that
say,
you won't answer. That you won't
can't
answer.
just
That you won't
say,
answer. That you won't answer.
Which is better, cheese or yellow?
You
You're just saying nonsense things.
Do you not understand the question?
No, I understand the question, but we're in two completely different. The hypotheticals don't line up because we know what Hitler did. We didn't know that.
You don't need to know what Plattner's going to do to answer this. You just don't need to know what Plattner's going to do to answer this.
Plattner was a rapist until the
Yes.
very end.
Yeah, assume you know both. That's what the question is calling for. Assuming your knowledge.
this isn't compared. This isn't good compared to what actually happened. So no, this isn't a.
No, assume
this
you
isn't a
know everything you know
hypothetical.
now.
This
Assume you know
isn't a
everything you know now.
parallel-
Assume you know everything you know now. Answer it. Who are you voting for?
Then that's not the hypothetical. Then
That
that's
is
not
what
the
I
hypothetical.
intended. That is what I intended. Yes, Plattner or Hitler. I was trying to account for the rapist thing. So
I'm
obviously,
not engaging. I'm not.
of course you're
engaging
not
clip
because you're
farm.
scared.
No, I'm not engaging.
That's
Which is what she tried to do to him. She's only allowed to clip farm, not them.
what you do to
I'm
me.
scared. Whoa,
I love how every position they take against something someone else is doing wrong, they all engage in it. But like their logic would tell you they're the only ones that are allowed to do it. A-logging, for example, when Destiny tells you, I think it's like really like to like obsessively cover something like that borders on like harassment, like, and it's like totally fucking unhinged. Like in the real world, like nobody would ever, if you took like a bunch of people off the street or whatever, you took a random person off the street and like asked them what they thought about like excessively covering somebody and everything they're doing day in and day out, they would take issue with that. But then Destiny does it to Hassan and proudly boasts about it. He's Hassan's #1 hater. He's Hassan's #1 A-logger. They're allowed to do everything they tell you you're not.
What am I scared of?
You are
What am I
scared. Yes,
of?
you are scared.
What
You don't
am I
want
scared of?
to. I'll tell you. You don't want to answer it. You want to hold me to account for me answering hypotheticals and being intellectually honest, and you don't, because then you're going to get your point, which you raised, is undermined and totally defeated because there are some conditions under which you would vote for a rapist. That's why you don't want to answer it.
You know, you do this thing when you get nervous.
Oh, so this is the thing you
You
do.
think I'm nervous?
Like, you do this thing when you get like nervous or like flustered where you just say, I win because of XYZ.
That's literally what they do. That's literally what they do. They won't be able to. Everybody was insisting after the first Destiny debate, Destiny won, and my replies. So I said, okay, I replied to everybody in my, because I was in the mood to argue. I went to everybody in my replies and I just asked, can you name one argument I made that you feel like he refuted? Just one. And I either got a version of, the whole thing. It was the whole thing. The whole fucking, or I eventually got some to admit they don't even remember cause, and I'm quoting this, it was like a week ago.
I mean, you asked me what I think you're scared of. I think you're scared of taking the L.
That's not an L. It's a ridiculous hypothetical. Like, that's like, again, I explained why your hypothetical was ridiculous and you still want me to engage in it, and you're not actually engaging on why I think your hypothetical is ridiculous. It's non-contingent.
Non-contingent, by which
Oh, so this is the thing where like I decide to publicly like take on a debate and make like ridiculous fucking arguments and set out logic that would lead you to conclude that I would vote for Hitler, and you like cover it? This is the thing? So this is the thing.
you mean what?
Non-contingent, meaning that those two things do not line up logically.
Non-congruous, you mean?
Oh, no, okay, non-congruent. Yes, thank you.
I didn't say that
They're
they were.
non-congruent
I didn't say that.
hypotheticals.
I didn't say that the Plattner Collins hypothetical is the same as the Plattner Hitler hypothetical. I didn't say that. I want to be clear. I don't think
Right.
that they're the same
why
thing.
would I answer? And why would I?
Why do you think I'm
answer
asking
the
it?
Hitler? I don't, because you want me to say something ridiculous.
No, I want you to concede.
Which
that
is
just,
exactly the reason he ended up asking this hypothetical. Like, the reason I thought, me and him reached the same conclusion of what he should ask here. The reason I thought he should ask that is because she's trying to get him to engage with a hypothetical that is totally valid and sound in the way he would answer it, but would just look optically bad if you didn't hear the context. So he should do the exact same thing to her, right? He should literally do the exact. So I was thinking of how could he flip this on her?
It's like there are some conditions under which I would vote for a rapist. There are some conditions under which you would vote for a rapist. Fair?
No, it's not fair at all. Sure.
So you would never vote for a
I'll
rapist?
concede.
Yeah.
You know what? I think that in that situation, I would just shoot
Vote for
myself
Hitler?
in the head.
Oh,
It's
now you're
over.
dodging. Now you're dodging.
It's over. It's
You
it's
wouldn't
over.
you wouldn't vote
I-
against
I
Hitler?
shot
You
myself in the
you
head.
wouldn't you wouldn't vote against Hitler? That
I
seems
would just
pretty
die,
selfish.
right? Oh, trust me. I think it's self.
Owlish has just established logic that she would allow the Holocaust to happen if she had the chance. I want to change the hypothetical. Let's assume you have the deciding vote. Plattner, under his articulated policies, let's say tomorrow, you can just decide the outcome of a race. okay? Let's say Hitler is running for the fear of Germany, wants to implement the policies you know about, and Plattner is running for the US Senate. You can theoretically decide which one wins. You have that power. You press a button and one of them wins. Which button would you press? And if she says she'd rather shoot herself, Owlish would permit the Holocaust to happen.
That we somehow
You're
got
going to let
fucking
Hitler come to
on the
power.
ballot.
Yes, you're going to let Hitler come to power.
How did Hitler get on the ballot, Pisco? How did he get there? How did he get to that point?
Yeah, that's tangential to the hypothetical.
Well, I don't know. You're making like you're making ridiculous hypotheticals. So why don't I do that?
That you
How did
won't
he get
answer.
there?
That you won't answer. That's not hypothetical. You're asking me to like build in some internally consistent universe
Yeah, I'm not.
that accounts for
You
that.
can't just say hypothetical. You can't just say hypothetical.
Why not?
Over
What do you mean
and
I
over
can't
and
say it?
over
I just said it.
again? No, I said it.
No, I just said my hypothetical. You're like, you can't say it. And I'm like, I just did though.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. I mean, sure, this is a free. Well, I don't know. You're in Japan. Do they have? What
It sounds
laws
like you're being
do
very
free speech in
anti-Semitic
Japan?
because you won't vote against Hitler.
Owlish would rather let an entire group of people be exterminated for immutable characteristics than vote for Plattner.
What do you mean? Is that the same argument that people use for like saying that if you're mean to, you know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna.
All right,
I'm not gonna
here's the
engage in that.
question.
I'm not.
Who would you vote for?
You know
Hassan
what? If you-
Piker,
if you-
Hassan Piker, or Graham Plattner?
What brought us to that point? Okay, I'm not answering your ridiculous because this is the same thing. You can't just say any hypothetical and expect people to answer. I mean, if you
Honestly, this is a winning debate strat right here, guys. You can't just say a hypothetical and want me to. So why the fuck are you here? Why are you still in this conversation? Why haven't you hung up yet? Why the fuck haven't you hung up?
want the dub on that, then sure, you can have it.
Okay.
But you realize that you just won on a weird technicality that nobody really cares.
No, he just that hypothetical establishes the flaw in her logic. It demonstrates that there are some situations where utility would require you to vote for somebody with a past as bad as Plattner's is alleged to be for the sake of net harm prevention. It is a directly relevant hypothetical that would poke a fatal flaw in the framework that she established. It's not like a technicality. It directly shows you what is wrong with the argument she's laid out.
About,
so you
right?
tried to attack me that I would. There are some conditions, yes, in even now, still under which I would vote for Plattner, and I'll say that without shame, and I'll double, triple down and say yes.
Actually, I couldn't think of a more relevant hypothetical to ask in that situation.
There are, because I believe in harm reduction. That's why.
Yeah, but what if he comes into office and does more harm?
Right. There's no amount of harm that Plattner could achieve in the Senate that would compare to what Hitler achieved, right?
Then no. That's assuming that my calculus, if my calculus turns out that it was wrong, I'll say in retrospect that was a mistake. But assuming that my calculus is correct, it would have been the correct decision in retrospect.
So when people voted for Trump because he was, and they were like, "Oh, he's a rapist. Oh, he's a fucking felon. He's a felon. He's a rapist." But we're gonna, because it's harm reduction, right? He's better than that Kamala.
Yeah, they would just be wrong about the facts.
Those are like different things, right? That would have different conclusions, different outcomes, and a different utility calculus.
What do you mean? Wrong about what facts?
Their reasoning isn't necessarily unsound. It's that the facts are wrong.
But they thought
Kamala would cause less net harm than Donald Trump, right? So just because they say that doesn't mean that they're right. Plattner, with the limitations of American politicians, if elected, would almost certainly cause less harm than Hitler was able to achieve in his lifetime.
they thought it was harm reduction.
Well, yeah, then on their view, I'm not saying that it's irrational. I'm just assuming that they just have the facts wrong. That's what all
So
I
like
would say.
in the
Wait, why is bonkers banned? Who the fuck banned bonkers?
this situation, what I'm trying to illustrate to you is that somebody who is willing to commit crimes, more than likely, once they are in office, will commit more crimes, which is what we're seeing now with Trump.
Yeah,
So
they might have priced
the
that
implication
in.
here,
They might have priced that in. Now, I would just say that it's not worth whatever benefit you think you're getting. The person you're talking about, the person who's considering voting for Trump, notwithstanding the baggage because of arm reduction, I would just disagree with their calculus in terms of their factual assessment or their values.
okay, so you would rather vote for somebody who is a wild card who might potentially do anything because he has a criminal
Over Hitler, yes.
background, and not saying that criminals can't change, but like
The uncertainty is priced.
I would literally vote for I'd vote for Jeffrey Dahmer over Hitler, right?
up until
The uncertainty is
Someone
all
said that
priced
earlier.
into whatever I'm calculating.
yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, I understand that a lot of times you don't want to do the right thing. It's like the trolley problem.
This is begging
You
the
don't wanna
question.
do
It is the trolley problem.
The right thing.
This is begging
You
the
don't
question.
wanna-
The question is, what is the right thing? So you can't just assume what the right thing is. That's what we're trying to talk about.
The right thing in this situation would be, oh shit, we fucked ourselves. I don't want to.
I don't want to live anymore. I don't.
If you have 6 million lives in your hand to wait, I'm sorry. Does Owlish not? Owlish is comparable, by the way, to like the average German in like in the Nazi era, right? Like, you have the power in your hands, and you're just choosing to be silent and do nothing. You have the active power to, well, I guess actually even worse, because in this hypothetical, she'd be worse than the average German in the Nazi era, because you actually have that power in your hands to stop this, and you're just choosing not to.
I don't want to live anymore.
No. In this realistic situation, you say, oh fuck, we made a bad decision.
Didn't a lot of women vote? Yes, he was popular amongst women, which is why he tried to stay publicly single for his lifetime or whatever, and he didn't marry Ava Braun till the end.
I'm gonna bite the bullet and I'm just not gonna vote. I'm gonna do the bad thing. I fucked up. God damn it, this guy's a fucking idiot. But you know what? I'm just gonna hang my head and say I fucked up.
Would you vote for El Sayed in the general against Mike Rogers?
I don't. If there were more specific policies, probably not. But like,
You probably wouldn't vote for El Sayed over Mike Rogers.
I don't know his policies, if I'm being honest.
He's a Republican.
All right, I'll give you any last things you want to ask me or say to me.
Isn't he literally just like a
move on.
Republican? Like a MAGA Republican? I could be off.
Yes, it's been nice to finally talk to you. I've been trying to have a conversation with you for like 100 years. And I feel like you hate me.
I don't hate you.
So,
I feel like you hate me.
well, you don't ever. Okay, anyway.
I just want to say,
Who the
I have a
person
lot
was.
of like unresponded to DMs, even for people that I care about.
I know.
In the space, and so I'm sorry. Like, yes, that is a consistent problem. I'm trying to be a bit better about it, but don't take that as an indication of like I hate you. Now, some people in the chat really don't like what you have to say.
I think you hate me. I think you really hate. I know that they're like, I'm like
How we got...
DGGs. By the way, can we stop calling everybody you hate DGG? Like, what?
Does she still dispute that she's a DGGer?
When
What
did
is
I
that?
say that?
No, not you. The chat.
Is she... Okay.
Guys, can you stop saying everyone I hate is DGG, please?
How is she
No,
still...
that's okay. Not that specifically. Anyway, it was nice to talk.
I mean, what actually makes you DGG under her established standards? Who is DGG? Who would it be appropriate to say is DGG?
to Pisco if you
Yeah,
want to have a
likewise.
conversation about anything else
I'll
ever
reach out.
again. Yeah. That's
are
like
open.
one of those things you say when.
No, I mean, no,
All right,
no,
it's-
if I see it, and when it's appropriate, you can just at me with a message, and I may say yes. And I'm usually inclined to talk to people who disagree.
Yeah, I know you are, and I actually appreciate that a lot.
Aiden, can you read out this reply? Otherwise, you hate me.
I'm not extreme. I'll talk to anybody as well. So it's been nice talking. It's been nice
Likewise.
chatting. Next person should. Yeah. All right. Have a good night.
Thank you, Owlish.
Or
Bye.
day. It's
Yes, it's
ohayou gozaimasu.
Ohayou gozaimasu. All right, thank
That was the worst debate performance I think I've ever seen, minus people who have like just hung up, right? That is by far the worst debate performance I've ever seen. Now, I gotta go use the restroom. So really quick, I'm gonna put the first Owlish debate that I had on. When we still have content, folks. You're not gonna miss what's coming up. I'll be right back. There we go. All right, here we go. I'll be right back, guys.
So what you're saying is that it openly lied to Wick because you wanted to?
Okay, so how does somebody change their mind under your logic and it isn't a lie? Out of curiosity.
What do you mean change your? I'm sorry, you said you had no idea who the person was.
Because I didn't. I said I didn't know who the person was, but if I went back in my DMs, I'd be able to figure it out, which I was.
So you figured it out and then still pretended like you had no idea who the person was?
No, that's not true. I explained on stream. I know who the person is. I'm not going to provide them the name.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so
Okay,
you
dumb
saying that
fuck.
you're not
What
gonna
isn't
provide the
clear
name
about this to
inherently
you? What isn't clear about this to
inherently
you?
means-
What isn't clear about this to
inherently
you,
means that you know who it
dumbass?
is.
The question inherently means that I did. Yes, I figured out. Do you know time is linear? You know time is linear, right?
Yeah, so
I say to Wick.
time
So
is
I say to
linear,
Wick.
and you told
So I
Wick,
say to
I'll
Wick.
provide it by end of day.
Okay, let's walk through this. Let's walk through this point by point. I say to Wick on stream, he asked for his name or whatever. I say, I don't know who it is, who gave it to me, but I know that I'll probably be able to figure it out. And when stream's over, I'll go check and figure it out. But I will give you the name by the end of the day. Somebody calls in and makes the point to me on that same stream as to why I should not be giving them the name once I figure it out. At which point I agree with them and decide before I've even figured out who it is that I'm not going to give them the name. But I was even more confident in my decision when stream ended. And just like I said to Wick, I was able to go back into my DMs, figure out who did it, and realized it was somebody that I trusted, that trusted me with confidential information, right? There's nothing contradictory there.
Right, so when Wick added you on X and said, hey, did you ever figure it out, or DM'd you asking if you ever figured it out, instead of responding to him in a DM, which you could have done, you instead still pretended to not know who it was.
I'm sorry. When did I pretend to not know who it was? When did I still pretend to not know who it was? On stream?
When you literally said, I don't know who it is, I have to go check.
I'm muted, sorry. Anyways. Folks, she literally, like, she's in DGG chat, like, she literally calls this fucking guy leader or whatever. He's like, oh, that's totally serious. She is a part of Digital Ground Game, this fucking political org or whatever. She is literally, I don't know what makes you DGG, if not this. What the fuck makes you DGG?
I am a DGG debater. That is something I do.
No, you don't understand. When she says DGG here, she's talking about Digital Ground Game, which is not affiliated with that. Or she was even disputing that Destiny was affiliated with that. Anyways. Hold up. So we have so Beckett from Cope and Sieve, who has admitted to falsely accusing me because he was angry, and has refused to debate me ever since, had a stream where he responded to my stream from last night, for those of you that caught it. So let's take a look at Beckett's response to me. You know us here. We're big fans of Becky on this channel. Apparently, he responds in the first 20 minutes. So let's take a look. Queeman says he misses you, bud. No, he didn't. Queen would never say that.
We live? Does this work? Oh my god, YouTube! Let me sat here for like 2 minutes! It's longer! It's like 4 minutes! I've been sat here. Connect. Oh my god, this fucking website. Anyway. Let's go.
I have a hard time listening to all these fucks, man. Imagine how much harder it is to have them try to lecture you on something. It's crazy. I don't care. Where is the... It's in the first... Sorry, somebody sent me the timestamp. Here. Wait. I think QQ posted earlier. I think, yeah, it's actually...
I'm hoping there'll be somebody one day.
Well, I do
fuck.
appreciate all the lurkers, all the VOD watchers. You guys are all fucking awesome. She's under attack by the shaman. She's under attack by the shaman. Kicking with the 100 Swedish crowns. Listen, fucking like VTuber. I know copy it. Fuck him. You may have done months. Go give some support. Now, from one locale to another, let's have a look at Aiden. Now, for those who are...
I'm such a lolcow, by the way. I'm such a lolcow that this guy refuses to debate me because he knows I would fucking destroy him. So, call me a lolcow all you want, but I'm the lolcow that deep down inside you know is better than you. That's why you don't talk to me. I'll take you on an argument on anything you want, Beckett. Anything. In public, in view of everyone. Should be easy. I'm a lolcow.
Are aware of the ongoing fucking monstrous saint drama. Some DMs dropped. I don't know if some of you have seen these. Some of you may have done. Most of you won't have. But some DMs between me and Monstrous dropped lately. Of like talking about this nail polish shit. Now I've said this publicly before that like I think the worst of these DMs is like she was like, oh, what nail polish should I wear? And I was like, yeah, I get to like pick your nail polish. That's fun because I am an absurd individual. And I like nail polish. It's really not that complicated. I don't...
Well, he has positions about me. He has arguments about me that he's decided to publicly provide to the internet. So it would be content for him. A, it would allow him to prove his point. B, the world would see how dumb I am and how correct his arguments are. And he'd already be starting at an advantage because I'm a lolcow, right? I'm a lolcow, so people are going to naturally be laughing at me. So it's so easy. Why don't you just take it?
I don't know. Fuck, dude. Apparently somebody was like, is this Beckett's fetish? Bro, firstly, if I'm a YouTuber and my fetish is nail varnish, dude, thank God if that was actually my fetish. Because, like, that is, like everyone else is getting fucking blowjobs from Soul Skibbity, and Dickers is, like, turning some girl's vibrator
Everyone
on,
else?
like, fucking, like, over the...
Dude, you literally tried to fuck a pig. You literally tried to fuck a pig. If it was between bestiality or getting a blowjob from some, like, ugly, like, creepy fuck, I think I'd probably take the latter, gotta be honest.
Jeez. I just... My shit's apparently really tame. No, I just think nail polish is fun, okay? I used to be a goth. I used to wear a lot of nail polish, okay? I can't do it now. I can't seriously go to work and, like, wear nail polish, okay? I can't be a YouTuber and wear nail polish as well. That you know, that's a very particular type of video essayist that wears nail polish, and it always ends badly, okay?
Dude, when I run, they're gonna be like, you've called women you don't like pigs. I'm like, just Stardust. Just Stardust. If we're not gonna do anything EHD related, I mean, we could just watch the Dickers stuff, but I don't know if you guys Cover Jimmy snarking Perry. Waiting room. So,
Okay.
which is what we're calling them. Where's this?
Oh, yeah,
Who is it from? Let's take a look.
Benjamin with the 10. You know what? You know who else likes nail polish better?
Is he gonna pretend like this is the funniest thing? This is the thing they do. They laugh at like obviously unfunny shit. It's like the fake performative laugh that Food Shop was accusing Tyler of doing, that he was not doing, by the way. That was a totally real laugh. This is like what Food Shops was trying to say Tyler was doing. It's the most like something not even funny will happen, and he'll have to laugh to signal to you how much fun he's having right now, because that's what people who are actually having fun have to do.
Becky, James Charles, that's who likes nail polish. Now, I'm not saying nothing, but before you know it, you'll call chat sisters and all sorts
That
of
wasn't
weird
even
stuff.
funny. That
Listen,
literally
I
wasn't
would
even
also like to
funny. Was not even funny.
point out these DMs occurred in 2024. And the accusation, as you'll see, like basically in these DMs, because like I assume Gilded dropped them. I actually don't know. But like, or he gave some of his DMs. I've got no fucking idea. I haven't actually asked him. But basically, it's a conversation between like Gilded and Monstrous, where Monstrous sent him these DMs. So that's kind of what we're fucking dealing with. And this is dude.
Also, what right does he have to call me a lolcow when his top content associate, the guy he's actively aligned himself with the defense of, who he'll look you in the eyes and tell you has changed for the better. We just watched him yesterday smearing a potential child rape victim, making arguments as fucking ridiculous as she's lying because she said she was in the 6th grade when she was in middle school. That guy. The guy who just like reads out his home address when he's spurging out. The guy who verbally abused under threats and coercion a disabled woman for 4 hours for us all to hear. The guy who falsely reported a 16-year-old to his school as a threat because he lost an argument. That's the guy you defend. What is this? The context here? But yeah, he even ignores me in chat and all that. Oh yeah, he does the same to me. I was looking for
I'm
this
having a
particular
bad
interaction.
hair
I see.
day.
Yeah, where you're coming
I'm
from.
better
Better now. Yeah, I can't tell if it makes me feel any better that someone else was unceremoniously dropped and wasn't just dropped because of something out of my control or not, but fucks me regardless.
Like, dude, so these DMs are between Vlad and Monstrous, and apparently Monstrous was so upset that, like, I didn't, like, pay enough attention to her in chat or some shit. She started hating me for years, and started a little hate club between her and Vlad. Now, Vlad was annoyed at me for a while, because he also felt like I was, like, not talking to her enough, which is fine, because he just came to fucking talk to me about it. It was fine. He just started a fucking cabal to accuse me of cheating on my girlfriend at the time by picking out nail polish. Holy fuck. Like, dude, what is this YouTube?
Aiden is a rat? The guy you're watching has admitted in writing that he had an issue with me, didn't vocalize it, and instead decided to spread a lie that I had doxed somebody, despite knowing that I didn't do it because he knew that it was already publicized and omitted it, and had his fucking colleagues run with that lie. Some of them were actually like, who were not acting in bad faith, were like, were respectable enough to retract it. Right? Beckett retracted it, but in the most half-assed way. He's like, okay, I said it because I was mad. You didn't dox, but actually it's worse.
Cheap shit. Like, honest to God, man. Like, can you people just be fucking normal for 5 minutes?
Well, I ain't gonna do that to you. I think it's more likely that you'll ghost me first. I doubt that. And just to be absolutely plainly clear, I never had or did anything with Beckett ever.
There we go. I never had or did anything with Beckett ever. These DMs were sold to people as me being like sleazy and a cheater and like secretly trying to start a relationship with Monstrous before I like ghosted her to date Mally Malware. That's an actual accusation, by the way. That's an actual accusation that I stopped talking to Monstrous because I started dating Mally Malware. I don't know if you're aware, but Mally and I have never fucking dated or anything close to it. Like, these people are fucking crazy.
No, you didn't have to clear that up. Well, you don't get to call me dumb when you're too fucking stupid to take me in an argument. If you don't argue, like, believe it or not, if you hate me, the worst thing you can do is not argue with me. Because if you don't argue with me, you know what that computes to in my mind? You're a scared little bitch and you're too stupid to actually argue for your point against me. It actually increases my ego. So if you hate me and want to knock my ego down, take me in an argument and make me look ridiculous to everyone. It's so easy. I'm stupid. I'm a lolcow. So it like should be the easiest thing on earth, and it's free content. That reads like gay best friend. That's most definitely not how I interpreted it. Maybe because I see him as gay.
So this is really important. Like, Vlad sees the messages the Monstrous sends. We're gonna see them in a minute. And like, Vlad's just like, oh yeah, well, this doesn't read as like a fucking personal thing. This reads as like gay best friend kind of thing. Now, before anyone like gets like, oh well, that's crazy. It's like, I'm pretty openly bisexual. I'm fucking like,
I forgot about that.
When I was a teenager, I was super fucking androgynous. I'm saying this now because it's gonna become relevant in a minute. And I have no issues with this, by the way. I don't find any of this like fucking embarrassing or anything else. I've been saying the same shit for like 4 or 5 years, however long I've been doing this shit. It's not a secret. It's not some like big gotcha. It's just like what I've said in multiple streams. I'm just like, what? I do consider you my gay best friend. Thank you, Arcani. That is so nice of you. Listen, you need to. Arcani and I are meeting up soon. I'm just can't be bothered to message him. Can you go and find a play for us to watch? Every time Arcani and I meet up, we go to a play. That is so gay. Oh, dude. Okay. Anyway. So Guild is just like, look, these messages read as like gay best friend. I don't think there was anything more to that. There was certainly nothing more from it from my point of view. Okay, I consider Monstrous a friend. You should. I said this when the accusations first appeared. You should see my DMs with Diesel. Okay. Becky, baby, you always forget about me, never pay attention to me.
Diesel, they have this cabal going where everybody is just insanely incompetent. I mean, it's Beckett, Diesel, fucking Gilded, Lio, formerly Falgi of the Op Block, and you know what? I'll even say it. Falgi is not even close to the worst one on that list somehow. Like not even close. I mean, Gilded had zoophilia porn on his fucking hard drive, and the defense for that was forever ago. That was a while ago. Lio, we could go down the whole list again with Lio, right? And Beckett's the guy that has decided to be the close personal associate of an active defender of these fucking freaks.
Never give me hands to no one. I'm gonna need to drop all our DMs. So true.
Oh yeah, Aiko, you didn't hear it yesterday? You didn't hear Lio yesterday say in response to the accusation that Gilded had zoophilia porn on his hard drive? Oh, well, that was years ago. You didn't hear that? Because that's exactly what he said. He might deny saying it because just like on yesterday's stream, we watched Lio deny something that I then pull a clip up of him saying verbatim. So he just lies about what he says.
And thank you for the member molding for 19 months. 07.
Thank you for the 2, Will. How would Lio find people to bully? Probably walk into like, I don't know, probably walk into like a memory care facility for people suffering like with active Alzheimer's.
Sure, let's go.
Okay, W Gilded. How does this come out? For that one. This has been known for years, Aiko. Essentially, Lio and Gilded had this beef. Lio and Gilded had this beef going where essentially Gilded ended up showing photos of Lio's wife in the video or whatever. He's like, he shows some photos of Lio's wife, and he's like, that's where he makes the case about like the cross liking or whatever, and brings up how Lio has identified that as his wife when Kumo showed the photo or whatever. Lio's like rebuttal, or I think his first video before that, made some allegation that Gilded had zoophilia porn on his hard drive, which I'm pretty sure has been admitted to. They're friends now, and Lio accepts that happened, right? And that was years ago. Never saying that again. So this is the leak. Let's take a look. It is nice. I like the Beckett nails. Haha.
So this is a reference. This is like the Beckett nails is a reference. Because I don't think I even had to go back and check. I think I remember what this was. Like Monstrous was DMing me. Like she had like
say why he had. I think to troll people.
Monstrous like collects nail varnish. So she was DMing me different nail varnish she was getting in like different styles. And during the Lio drama, she was doing like themed nails. And I think that particular day she'd sent me a picture of like her nails were.
I want to bear in mind, I'm the stupid lolcow. To get into the Thunderdome for a while before Monstrous turned on them, and I doubt this was her idea. One of these fucks almost certainly insisted. Or she felt like that's what they wanted, and they never told her it's not what they wanted. Basically what happened is, I have a million issues with Lio that I want to debate him on. I want to now debate him additionally on his false accusations against me and willful lies by omission, but that's a whole other issue with his... I have broader issues with him than that, right? That I've always wanted to debate him on. So Beckett said to me, after I kept having Beckett call in to argue that Lio has not changed, Beckett said we should bring back, I think it was Parliament or Thunderdome, which was like a server where people could go head to head, so you can go debate Lio. Beckett said he's going to bring that back. So one of Lio's people rushes to remake it before Beckett can, and to get in, you have to check on a list which one of the questions is, are you Aiden? When I joined the server, they put me in my own quarantine channel that only I could type in, and everybody else could see but not type in, and I couldn't see any of the other channels. So you know what I did? I started using that channel to make public arguments for everyone to read. So they then made it so that I had a cooldown period of 24 hours. So I could only type one message every 24 hours. Even when they like nerf me to that fucking extent, they're still so terrified that they can't even let me talk.
Were like orange and purple, I think, and they were like meant to be Beckett themed. I think that was the idea. Like that's it. It's just again, not that complicated.
Be sure to request them again. Monster sim time. What's that? When I get to style you.
So this is a reference to the like he wanted to dress me up. Bro, you were asking me to pick your nail varnish. Fucking crazy are you? Oh my god. Fuck.
I think Gilded's read is actually correct. Unironically, I'm inclined to agree, Gild, that this does come off as gay best friend. I'm not kidding.
Listen, I never thought I'd say this. But we're at the point where it's just like, oh yeah, no, it's like this.
Me and Tyler are gonna have a combo. Accepted my friend request. He agreed to my one condition, and I agreed to his. We're gonna have a combo. The question is just when.
Just reads like Beckett's doing like gay best friend to a girl. That's like it. Which again, it's surprisingly common with my female friends. I don't know what to tell you. So these devastatingly.
My only condition was just he's not. The condition was he can't read out anybody's docs on my stream, which he agreed to. So that was my only condition for him. And then his condition was just that I don't bring in a bunch of randos, because that makes it annoying, which I wasn't going to do anyways, so.
That were going to destroy me, that had been spun to multiple people. Do you know one person DM'd me when this dropped, and they were like, this was sold to me as you being a fucking sexual deviant.
It's fair. I think both of our conditions are very fair.
Like he was some kind of like deep monster. And like it was, I think somebody, I can't remember who it was, but somebody told me that the rumor that was going around was that I had a monster fetish or some shit.
And that's why they might have been onto something. And that's why I ended with a Stardust.
All of this could have been avoided if someone had just messaged me and been like, hey, we haven't spoken in a while. Are you good? Are we good? Are you annoyed at me? In fact, actually, at one point, Monstrous did message me and was like, did I do anything wrong? And I was like, no, what do you mean? Because I was just like, what do you mean? Did you do anything wrong? We're friends. We talk. And apparently all of this meant way more to her than it like did to me, because I'm just talking to somebody I'm friendly with. I don't know what it is, but you know, men and women can just be friends. I literally don't know what to tell you. I mean, you've done something wrong now.
Yeah. Maybe the two. Well, listen to Tyrone. Aiden should read Let It Go's username and take that advice already. Now, Queeman said this a long time ago. For those of you that don't know, Beckett's like reactive avatar is like him with tits. And Queeman was saying like
I have literally no idea what the fuck Aiden is talking.
Is he retarded? I literally just a second. Let me just make sure I'm not. Wait. Just 1 second, because I think I could disprove this easily. Hold up. Thank you, Moon. I can't say it out loud, but we all know what must be done. Hold on. No, it's not this. What the fuck? It's not this. Here it is. So this is what I'm referring to right here. This was his reactive avatar. This is reactive avatar. Now, do you think that my description would lead you to have no idea what I'm talking about? Okay, let's see. No idea what I'm talking about. This is his, if you call him and have and open OBS, have reactive on. So that's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about. This is what this was his reactive avatar. He has no idea what I'm talking about. No idea. He doesn't even disagree with my description of it. He has no idea what I'm talking about. You obtuse fuck. You obviously know what I'm talking about. You lying fucking rat. Holy shit. I have no idea. Wait, fuck, it's muted. Hold up. Sorry, let's listen to my description of it again. Queeman was saying a long time ago. For those of you that don't know, Beckett's like reactive avatar is like him with tits. This is reactive avatar. No idea what I'm talking about. He would have had to manually set that because it's different from his Discord profile picture. He would have had to have seen this image and manually put it into reactive, but he has no idea what I'm talking about. And Queeman was saying like there.
I have literally no idea what the fuck Aiden is talking about here. Is he talking about the KP thing? Like the KP cosplay? That is the only time I've used an avatar that like cross-dresses in any way. And occasionally people draw like made art of me and I'll show it on stream.
Yeah, and then you manually set this to be a reactive avatar.
And that's it. But like this little fucking avatar does not have tits.
Okay,
like,
I gotta be honest. I'm like so out of pit. I'm fine if you want to be in this chat and disagree with me. I'm fine if you want to be in this chat and tell me I'm a stupid fuck. I'm fine if you want to be in this chat and wish death upon me and my existence. From this point going forward, if you're here and you don't like what's being covered and you're actively asking me to cover something else or whining about how you're bored in chat but lack the autonomy as a grown adult to go fucking watch something else, you're gonna be banned from chat.
Like,
I think that's reasonable.
Aiden, you watch enough of my shit. I don't know how you look at this little fucking avatar and you're like, that's got tits. What the fuck are you talking about?
There's a part of you when you do something like that where it's not all ironic and you probably partially are enjoying that. I'm inclined to agree with Queeman on that. It seems like Beckett likes to experiment a little bit with his gender. And that might be what's going on here.
I cannot believe, like, listen. The gay best friend shit, like totally understandable take. Probably like pretty much the truth, to be honest. But like, I'm just like, you think I'm AGP because I like nail varnish? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, you like yourself portrayed with feminine, like your reactive avatar. You would have had to have manually set. You picked one that has like tits. I mean, it's Queeman made this argument. Queeman said, you don't just do that for no reason. There's a party that likes it.
I probably shouldn't have to say this, but I will just for the record. I'm very comfortable in my gender identity and have never once
I'm happy for you.
had an issue at all. The biggest thing is when I was a goth, I was pretty androgynous, but that was fucking
I don't care. I honestly don't care if he's trans. It's just hold on. Just don't lie. Just don't fucking lie. It's like that easy, right? And I don't mean you don't have to announce that you're trans right now, or if you truly are, you don't have to say it at all. But don't lie about your fucking avatar.
17 years ago? I don't know. Like, it's quite a while. I feel like if it was going to be a thing, it would be a thing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't really know how else to respond to. I don't know why the fuck Aiden is sat there trying to pink pill me. Like, he's like, Becca, are you an egg? Are you like
I'm not. I got sent DMs, and that's my interpretation of it. And that's Queeman who originally said it. I actually credited him.
Trying to groom me, Aiden? Was Soul Skibbity not enough for you, bro? Fuck, I'm glad I didn't go to the fucking London trip. Motherfucker. Twink death. Maybe, a little bit. Yeah, those pictures never seen light day. Anyway.
What pictures? Did he just accidentally confess to something?
No, I wasn't a twink. I just wore, like, I don't know, like a mixture of loose. I don't know. I was like a fucking punk goth kid. That's pretty much it. I did own a leather trench coat for a while. That's pretty gay. But like, you know the like goth trousers that are like super baggy. And do you guys ever own these? Where they're like,
Aiden tried gayness with a guy. He has no right to call you AGP. Is that your cope? You're not AGP because the person that's saying it has done something sexual with a man? I don't think that would change whether or not you're AGP. Would it? Weird cope.
Like, they fall apart like New Rocks. You know, like the platform goth shoes, like New Rocks. They're like big boots. I assume people know what New Rocks are. Okay, so like, yeah, I had like New Rocks and shit, and like I was covered in chains and all this stuff. Yeah, I was a fucking. I've had basically the same style of haircut for the past like 20 years. That's not an exaggeration. But I used to have like, it was bleach blonde at the back and like neon purple at the. Oh, it's so good. I miss my New Rocks. They were fucking huge. The pocket on the side was so good. Sapien meant for 24 months at molding. We all need to add boobs and long hair to our PFPs for Aiden. True, confuse the fuck out of them.
Yeah, because that's why, to own Aiden. You should. You guys should, to own me. Own me. You know what you got? Also, you know what would totally owe me and confuse the fuck out of me, Beckett? Like, honestly, if you go get like a toaster, I know how the outlets in the UK are different, but I think, so you know how you can have 2 prongs or 3? The third prong is, I think, to ground the electricity. So try to remove the third prong and plug it into your outlet. And then I want you to go get inside the bathtub with the toaster. Who eats toast in the bath? Who eats toast in the bath? I'd be so confused. Why is the plug missing a grounding? Why is it missing a grounding plug?
You're literally describing a 2012 social justice warrior, Lamau. You know what's depressing was, like, I was very much like anti-feminist and anti-social justice, so I don't know whether I just sort of infiltrated those spaces. I did argue with people a lot. That was probably a bad sign. I should have, like, I don't know, I should have gone skinhead. I should have just gone like, this is England style skinhead, just really leaned into it. It's the idea with the term. Indian's going through his Chris Chan arc at the moment. I mean, I find this very funny. But, like, listen, joking aside.
There's a whole other world out there, I think. There's like a whole other, like, in these people's minds, I'm just talking to myself. I've got a thread on KF that's a-logging me. I actually don't have one yet, but Beckett's friends do, because of their extensive history involving. I mean, if we just need a pre-prepared list every time, to be honest with you.
Credit where credit's due. Aiden didn't just immediately accuse me of being some sort of like fucking. I don't know. Actually, he did accuse me of being AGP. So he had to do something that was a little fucking weird, but it's better than I expected. Very funny shit. Very funny shit. Okay, now, because these have actually leaked and you can kind of see the style of messages, the one thing I will do is, does anyone have any questions, or like anything else that they've seen, or like, because I feel like they're up, and this has been like an ongoing conversation, like every time some of this shit gets up. I don't know if anyone really gives a shit, but I don't want to be accused of running. I'm betting on Queeman imploding. Nah, Queeman's fine. If Queeman was going to, like, I don't know, fucking AGP out or something, I think it would happen by now.
Well, to be fair, Queeman also in DGG chat identified himself as androgynous.
Last night with the 5, I couldn't click on because I was trying to get an app update, but did you really try to say, did they really try to say you were an egg? I mean, that seems to be what Aiden's pointing at. I don't really. I have many questions, but I will be nice. Again, I don't feel like any of this is secret. I feel like I've talked about being a goth kid.
Wait, him being an egg is no secret. It's out in the open. I think we're all aware. There's nothing secret about this, okay? We all know what's going on.
Fucking loads of times. And I, like, this is not new information. Did you sex with Kinetic Kel yet on that? No, never got the opportunity. A space with 12 months with Copeland, thank you very much. Did your sex with Kinetic Kel leak yet or not? I think you asked if I had. No. To be fair, if they did exist, they would have done by now. Matt Pitt would have leaked them. I had a really nice double-breasted long coat. I miss it. One of my exes borrowed it and never got.
Why is he bringing up Kinetic Kel? Holy onk. One sec.
I had like 2. Okay, so I actually went through like 2 like full leather trench coats. They were so good. I mean, it was Buffy. It was the effects of Buffy. That's the reality. Everyone was like, "Oh my god, Spike looks so good in a leather trench coat. I need to own a leather trench coat." And then loads of us bought leather trench coats, and it was fucking ridiculous.
Beckett used to be in the Columbine fandom and bought a trench coat. Is that what he's admitting to? Huh? Sorry, I misheard that.
I don't really get how you could look at like the KP avatar and even think it's like fucking gender bent. It's absolutely not.
He's just lying. I'm sorry, guys. Maybe I'm just so... If I'm off, you guys need to just tell me I'm off, okay? Is it crazy to think that this avatar is gender bent? Is it like that insane to think that this avatar is gender bent? Tell me if I'm off, and I'm just like not seeing something, because I feel like I'm going insane. It's buff. You can literally see. It's drawn with the actually cropped to point. It's drawn so you can see like the lower half. How is this not? How are those not boobs?
It's just take the piss out of KP. So that time we talked about nail polish and the server was flirting. Did we talk about? Maybe we did actually. That wouldn't actually surprise me. People have sent me like DMs during this whole like thing unfolding where they've asked me my opinion on nail varnish, and I've given it to them. Okay, if you want like current colors, okay, current colors of the season. Actually, it's probably not fair, but it's probably coming in. Coming into like September, October. My colors for the season are like brown and gray.
If
like,
it were PAX, why would the artist do it so there's only one button on and you can still see the bottom? If those were just pecs. It's him with breasts.
Matte grey with a little bit of shine, and kind of like autumny brown. I think would be really nice. So, you know, if you want nail polish colors, I'd go for that. Transnight with the 2. KP was your drag persona. True. It's not why people wore trench coats in the States. It was for worse reasons, lol. What was the reason in the States? Sad beige.
You know what, Beckett? Nothing. Nothing happened in America in 1999 that led to bad connotations for trench coats. Nothing.
Mum colors. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, no, they definitely are. They're very like, I've ordered like, pumpkin latte colors. But nonetheless, fuck you. I think
I mean, he's literally, this guy's old enough to remember when that was in the news.
I think they're good. Anyway.
And it was like, oh, well, he's not American. You Americans think you're the son of... That was like global news.
That was military style, not leather, which sucked because of the fake trench coat mafia bullshit. Oh, I vaguely remember this. How many other DM and get into the bed next to me, and I still didn't realize she wanted to sleep with me until a week later, or like a month later when she told me. So I am like famously fucking oblivious. So I don't know what to tell you. If you are flirting with me in DMs, don't. Don't do that. I'm good. Please. This only ends one way. Don't come and flirt with me in DMs. Don't.
Somehow in the drama starring Beckett, she's in Girls... The gayest thing isn't the nail polish talk. It's how gaggingly desperate Queeman, Aiden are for a scrap of drama. I'm desperate. I'm actually just fucking... I'm desperate. It's a good description of it.
Don't send me weird shit. Don't like do any of that stuff, okay? I'm good. I'm good. I am not planning to like fucking eat anybody ever again. Okay? The next partner I have will be IRL, and you will never ever know about them.
I'm sure we'll never know about them, Beckett. That's something I'm very sure of. Just not for the reasons you're probably implying.
Okay. Anyway. Right. Beckett, your chat's trying to fuck you.
One sec. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Look, it's pretty obvious, man. Queeman dog walks Beckett anytime. Yeah, I know. You, like... I just want a world where if you don't debate, you have to publicly acknowledge that the other person is superior to you. Okay? Like that's the only way I will actually let someone get out of a debate with me is if they make a video acknowledging my intellectual superiority. Then I will let you, and announcing that you're a scared pussy that can't beat me in an argument. Then I'll let you run from the debate. You don't get to posture and be a pussy. It doesn't work. It doesn't work both ways, does it? You kind of got to pick one or the other there. Hold up. One sec. Anyway, we know your debate autism. I do not have debate autism. I just think there's a code. There's like I have like a code. Okay? I believe that, you know, just like people establish physical dominance through street fights, intellectual dominance is established through argumentation. And I think that those who refuse to argue but want to eat the cake, you can't. You just can't. I'm autistic? News to me. Hold up. One sec. What else is happening, people? All right. Anyways. Take the Rads isn't going to tell you jack shit. It's self-report. I could just lie. I literally could just lie. Or I could be biased. don't lie. Well, I could be on, but I'm gonna be obviously like swayed by my own. Send me a link. I'll take it at the end. I'll try to answer honestly, but I'm literally just gonna be biased. Anyways, for those of you that don't remember, we covered a confrontation that occurred in Iceland between America's Rabbi, Schmuley
who is joining
and
us.
some random guy on the street. Well, apparently, and you know I love debating, folks, apparently these two guys have agreed to come together and actually debate each other. So let's take a look at this. If it's boring, we're not watching it.
Schmuley, who is joining us now. He's been listening to that interview. Rabbi Schmuley, welcome back to Uncensored. What do you have to say to Samuel Goodmanson?
You know, Pierce, respectfully, you and I have been friends for many years, and thank you for having me on your show again. Pierce, are you seriously inverting this story from a Jewish victim of a hate crime?
How are you okay, so the hate crime here, this guy, because basically Rabbi Schmuley crashes out whenever you say anything negative about Israel because he's been inundated with like 60 years worth of programming that makes him feel synonymous with the state of Israel or whatever, right? So he like has like an actual like existential crash out if you say anything negative about Israel. So people know this. People like to rage bait him. So people will go up to him like this guy did for a picture and say something like, fuck Israel, because as this guy probably thinks, Israel's committing a genocide, right? Someone like this individual, I would venture to guess, probably doesn't take issue. He even said it when Rabbi Schmuley was re-quoting him. Rabbi Schmuley said, what'd you say again? You said fuck the Jews or something? And he was like, no, I didn't. I said fuck Israel, right? His issue is with a nation state that is engaged in specific actions, right? We're allowed to take issue with any other nation state on earth doing things we consider wrong without hating an entire group of people for an immutable characteristic.
Who could not have been more pleasant to an Icelandic man who came over and admits
all the dude did was say fuck Israel. That's literally all this guy did. And then he walked away and Rabbi Schmuley followed him.
that he lied, fraudulently misled me and said, I'm a huge fan. I said, I'm on the phone with an attorney. We pay for hours by the attorney. You know, I said, give me 5 minutes. And he said, but I'm leaving now and I have to do it now. And he takes the camera and he says, F Israel. I'm not going to use his vulgarity because I'm not a vulgar.
I've actually, it's so funny because over time, I like realized there's no way he doesn't know what he's doing. Like when he starts off saying, I'm a victim of a hate, he's like a caricature. He's really just like a caricature and he knows it. And I almost feel like it's on purpose. I feel like it's a fucking psyop, to be honest with you. There was even a point, he made this one post that was so insane. The replies were literally from Jewish Zionists that were begging him to stop, like begging him.
Vulgar person. He attacked me in a hate crime. And the fact that he now admits that he dragged his poor girlfriend into this shows he's also a misogynist. So we have a self-admitted liar who posted the video of his fraudulence and his lie. All the anti-Semites have to always use deceptive tactics. He then sparked a wave of harassment and attacks against me and my children and my 1-year-old grandson. That
nothing this guy has verifiably said is anti-Semitic. Literally nothing.
Was that hit probably 30 or 40.
Even this guy was even so against anti-Semitism that when Rabbi Schmuley misquoted what he said in a manner that would lead you to think he was saying something negative about Jews as a group, he took the time to correct him. That's not what he is saying.
They were all documented, have been watched by tens of millions of people the world over. Now, I'm going to prove in the space of a single question that Samuel, who has a biblical Hebrew name, interestingly enough, it's my name, Schmuley is Samuel in Hebrew, that he could not care less about a false genocide in Gaza. That's not happening. There were 400,000 Arabs in Gaza when Israel took over in 67 through a defensive war. There are now 2 million. How does a genocide increase the population 5?
That's such a fucking fallacious argument. Nowhere in the definition of genocide does it actually require you to successfully reduce the population's number. What matters is the intent and whether or not killing is happening, right? You can be unsuccessful. You can be derelict in your genocide. You could genocide a peoples without actually killing all of them.
Times their amount before. It's fraudulent. But I'm going to prove that you couldn't care less.
What they inject a false qualifier into the definition of genocide to like weasel Israel out of that.
Samuel, about Arabs. Samuel, how many Palestinian refugees since the 2008 civil war in Syria and October 7th, and what you call it, how many how many Palestinian Arab Muslim refugees has your country, which only has 350,000 people, in a country 5 times the size of Israel, taken in as migrants?
He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing, man. He knows exactly what stereotype he's playing into, and he's doing it intentionally.
Refugees to give them safety. How many?
This is on purpose. I swear this is on purpose.
Are you going to do your...
This is my theory. I'm going to sound schizo here. A huge part of the Zionist program is Aliyah, right? Encouraging Jews to migrate to Israel, Jews in the diaspora. There have been instances where members of Mossad have literally planted bombs in movie theaters so they could then go blame it on Arabs to scare Jews into moving, right? I think there is partially some vested interest in stirring up global anti-Semitism for Israel. I'm not even kidding you. And because logically, that would literally benefit Aliyah. And if they're doing it, they're paying guys like this.
The same little point you made in the video before.
I am asking you, since you say it's a genocide, and you want to, it's not that you...
A good example of this, if you're an Israeli, they call them, I think they're called, I forget the opposite of, if you're a Jew that moves to Israel, you become, I think it's like Olim or something. But if you're an Israeli that leaves Israel and moves somewhere else, there's a different term for you. And there was instructions given to Jewish communities in the diaspora to essentially be hostile to Israelis that moved abroad that tried to join, because that's antithetical to the Zionist project.
It's not that you hate Jews. You care about Palestinian life. Your country is empty. People can drive it from end to end. There's only 350,000 people.
What does this have to do with anything?
Wait, no. And the answer, he won't answer. The answer is because he doesn't know.
There's nowhere to put. Where are you going to put refugees in Iceland? It's literally just like volcanoes and nothingness. Rabbi Schmuley has just admitted he wants to deport Palestinians into a volcano.
Let him answer. Rabbi Schmuley, you've asked a question. Let him answer.
He's saying it has nothing to do. Go ahead.
Well, let him answer. Let him answer.
Because your opinion of whether a lot or a few came in will either be negative or positive, and that's up to you. I don't care what your opinion is.
He doesn't know.
No.
He spoke for 10 minutes.
Let him answer the question. Let him answer the question.
It's my turn to speak.
Let him answer.
In 10 minutes, he won't.
No, Rabbi Schmuley, I will decide who speaks. Let him answer properly, then you can respond.
W. Pierce?
Why should they feel the need
as migrants from
to leave their homeland? Why should they feel the need to leave their homeland because of your war of regression and expansion in Israel? You answer that question.
May I now continue, please, first? Pierce, may I now continue, please? Or you're going to get... Okay, now, Iceland has taken in 200 Palestinians over the past nearly 20 years, 200. They can fit into this building. Iceland only has 2,000 Muslim residents in the entire country. Iceland tried...
Do you know, that's a lot. Do you know what is like the total population of Iceland? It's like less than hold on, Iceland population. Isn't it like small as fuck? 396,000 people. I didn't even know 2,000 Muslims lived in Iceland.
To ban circumcision. It would have made it a criminal act. And it was seen not as anti-Semitic, it was seen as Iceland not wanting Muslims, because Muslims are even much more insistent.
That's not what happened. I spoke about this on the last stream. That is not what happened. The ADL essentially threatened Iceland's tourism industry so they wouldn't ban circumcision. It wasn't they weren't doing it to hurt Muslims. They weren't doing it to hurt Jews. They were doing it because evidence shows that circumcision is not a medical necessity, and on principle, consent should be given in instances of unnecessary procedures that don't significantly benefit health, right? Anything that circumcision works to mitigate can be equally prevented in a healthy male by proper cleaning techniques, right? That's why they tried to reverse it.
Iceland doesn't allow Muslims. We were here for the past 2 weeks. We saw 5 black faces in the entire country. It is, everyone knows, it is statistics.
It's not even banning it. You're allowed to get circumcised if you want. You just have to wait till you're 18. Which is weird that Republicans don't run on this platform, because Republicans always like to talk about performing surgery, mutilating kids. Why not make it so they have to wait till they're 18 before they get circumcised?
The most white, homogenous country on earth. So it has, for Iceland to start virtue signaling, we allow no blacks, no Muslims, no Palestinian refugees, no Islamic refugees.
He calls them blacks.
White people alone are allowed into this country, but we're going to choose...
That's always like a red flag, dude. When somebody says, if somebody says blacks or the blacks, that's always like a fucking red flag.
One group to demonize, harass on the streets, attack them, and call them baby killers.
Out of interest.
Wait,
I
have one final point.
I have a question for you.
It's like Rabbi Schmuley, if this guy said the Jews, Rabbi Schmuley would dispute that. That would be very offensive.
I have one final point. I am not Israeli. I'm an American. My country protected Samuel's country for 50 years. They don't have an army. They don't
say. He tell you to say Jewish people, right?
No, I do not. You're a liar. I do not have Israeli citizenship. You are an absolute fraudulent liar. I'm an American citizen. You invented that in the same way you lied.
An American citizen who feels ideological loyalty to the state of Israel.
That you're a fan of mine. I'm an American. My country spent 50 years defending your country. And Pierce, let me tell you one final thing. You're a British citizen, Pierce. Your country, Pierce, your country illegally invaded Iceland in April of 1941 because they.
Is he gonna? Is he doing? He's literally making like Nuremberg trial defendant arguments. These are the yes. The Allies did some things that were not legal in the course of the war. Denmark fell. Iceland was under Denmark. Denmark had fallen after Hitler had invaded, right? And they didn't want the government, like was happening in Vichy, France, after France fell. Some, I think, of the foreign proctors ended up actually siding with Vichy. Not all of them or whatever. But they didn't want the same thing to happen, I'm pretty sure. So they went and preemptively invaded Iceland.
Feared that the Germans would take over Iceland. Your country did that. Your great prime minister, who you praise as the greatest statesman of the 20th century. And then finally, now 1 second.
The home government the government that was in charge had literally been overthrown by the Nazis. Is Rabbi Schmuley arguing that he wanted Iceland to become Nazi territory?
It was April 1941.
Now, Pierce, it was 1940.
Pierce. Fine, 1940. Pierce, finally. Pierce, Winston Churchill, who I, like you, consider the greatest statesman of the 20th century, killed 1 million German and Italian children in the Second World War. Now let's say you as a celebrity come to Iceland and they walk over to you, Samuel, and says, Pierce, I am such a fan. Can I take a picture? And he looks you in the face and said, you effing baby killer, effing Britain, you killed 1 million German children. What do you think is 2 things, eh? This is how you treat your guests when 10% of your entire economy is.
It's about proportionality. Do you know how many Allied civilians the Germans killed? In the Soviet Union alone, I think in total, as a result of like purposeful Nazi policy, the estimates place it at, I think this is excluding war deaths and including just purposeful extermination. The numbers are like 17 million, right? 17 to 20 something million. And I'm not counting like people that died in like famines, like when the Nazis diverted food away from the Netherlands.
Dependent.
All right, let me respond. Let me respond. All right, I need to speak. I need to speak. I want to focus specifically on
the scale of the war was huge. There would obviously be like, and now there was shit that wasn't okay that the British did, like what the fuck am I the bombing of Dresden, for example, right? You could criticize that.
Incident that everyone's been talking about and has watched. And my point to you, Rabbi Schmuley, is not that you shouldn't have been offended, if not outraged by what happened here. It's quite clear Samuel did go up, pretend to be a fan, and then said fuck Israel on camera so that he could have...
I mean, as far as the American and British are concerned, people were literally, I guess it's relative, right? Because the Soviets were not very great to prisoners, right? But people were literally fleeing and running to the American and British side.
A moment at your expense. I completely agree with you. I would have probably reacted badly too if someone did that to me. They have done it to me over the years, often.
Even German military prisoners that like fell to the Americans or the British noted being treated like remarkably well.
Erroneously, because they think my position on something is not what it is. But anyway, that's the fate of being in public life. I have 2 thoughts about what you've been saying and what I've seen. One is, if Iceland's that bad, why have you gone there on vacation? And secondly, I would say to you that your behavior in the 10 minutes that followed Samuel saying fuck Israel
it literally escalated. He follows them.
Outrageous, because there was a young woman clearly very intimidated by what you were doing, didn't want to be on camera.
He's shoving a camera in her face. They're walking away and he's following them. I think that's like far worse than them coming up to you saying something and leaving.
She had nothing to do with this. She didn't say anything to you. And I thought your continued harassment with her there looking intimidated and scared, and as Samuel said, close to tears, I think was reprehensible. 2 things can be true at the same time.
Pierce, I'm amazed that you would invert this, that a victim of an anti-Semitic hate crime is now the...
Why does he... So, like, the thing is, he knows this doesn't work. He knows this doesn't work, and he knows all this does is make people, like, put you into her, and, like, he knows it's a stereotype. So, part of me, I don't believe that he doesn't know what he is doing.
Harasser. This is always a story with the Jews.
You're an eternal victim.
It wasn't an anti-Semitic hate crime.
I am allowed.
Where was the anti-Semitic hate crime?
I am allowed. You asked me.
Where was the anti-Semitic hate crime?
Let me
Where was the anti-Semitic?
Let me respond. October 7th, Israel is attacked. Women have their breasts cut off. Terrorists are playing volleyball with their breasts, shooting them in their vagina.
Where was the anti-Semitic? Tell me.
And when Israel protects itself, of course, Israel's the aggressor and guilty of genocide.
Where was the anti-Semitic?
A rabbi is walking with his
wasting our time,
1-year-old
dude. What is
grandson
going on?
and with his 4 children. A man comes and lies and says, I'm a fan. He says, F Israel. I won't say the word because I'm not
I've
vulgar.
accepted that.
His
Where
girlfriend,
was he anti-Semitic?
his girlfriend stood with him the entire time. You should be pointing
She didn't. She was literally walking away. She didn't even say it.
a finger at a misogynist who admits that he did not
Where
even
was
tell
he
his girlfriend
anti-Semitic?
what we going over
Fine,
to an American
fine,
Jewish citizen
fine.
in the middle of the street and harassing and making them feel very unsafe and attacking.
Nobody gives a fuck that you feel feeling unsafe means jack shit. People have anxiety. People could feel unsafe and it could be irrational. This is what all these like surveys do. They measure whether or not people feel safe. Okay? People think that people don't let their kids play outside because they think that there's like Ted Bundy's on the loose and he's going to throw them into a van. Right? So we now jeopardize like child social interactions because of fucking stranger danger or whatever, even though statistically that's super fucking rare. Right? So whether or not people feel safe is not a good metric for measuring what objectively occurred.
them when they're alone and don't know and saying F Israel to your face, that is anti-Semitism.
The question is, were you actually unsafe?
Pure and simple.
No, it's
and
not.
if you're a British man,
No,
and if
it's
they
not.
walk over and say,
No,
if they
it
say
is-
to you,
no.
here's Churchill
Rabbi
killed
Schmuley,
1 million
Rabbi
German
Schmuley,
children.
let me stop you there.
It was
Let me stop you
harassing.
there.
It was.
I'm
disappointed in you. I really am.
Wait a minute. Can you?
If somebody comes up to me and says, Andrew Jackson killed a bunch of Native Americans or whatever, I'm not going to feel personally offended at all. I'm an American. I'm not ashamed of being an American. I think this country's done a lot of good. Unfortunately, a ton of bad too, right? I think it can be great. But I don't feel like personally attacked if somebody came up to me and said, Andrew Jackson killed a bunch of Native Americans. Or, a good example, when I was in England or whatever, whenever people found out I was an American, they'd say, so what do you think about Trump? So what do you think about Trump? So what do you think? It was the same question every fucking time. I didn't get mad at them for asking that. I know my president's doing a bunch of bad fucking shit, right? I don't blame them for not liking him. I don't feel this, like, undying loyalty to defend every single action of the place that I'm from.
F Israel is not a criticism. F Israel is not a criticism. F Israel is an attack on Jews.
But you could tell, if you say something like this about Netanyahu or Israel, he feels like it's a personal attack. He takes it very personally.
Saying I'm a
Let
dual
me
citizen
talk,
is
please. No, it's not an attack on Jews. No, it's not an attack on Jews. No, you accused him of being a Jew hater and of being anti-Semitic. Nothing I've seen in these videos
because he came
proves
over
that
and logged in and
either
said
hates
I'm a
Jews
fan and
or is
F Israel.
anti-Semitic.
And it happened 40 times while we're here. And the
He
reason
doesn't
I'm
like
here is
you.
because I love
He
this
doesn't.
country, okay?
Fine.
Then let him walk over and say, can I say
Stop
respectfully
talking
say
for a
I don't
moment.
like you?
Just to be clear, it's fine. You can. All right, I'll let Samuel respond.
I'm sorry. It shows the nature of your thinking, and also in the grander scheme of the nature of your warfare. For a man to approach you and your son, 2 men, one of them an IDF soldier, chasing down my.
Dude, I like this guy, but I have to be honest. I think we found Hyperborean Yakub. I think we found Hyperborean Yakub.
Girlfriend and largely ignoring me, pushing into me to get to her with the camera.
Man.
You lie.
That is a lie. You are
You are
lying through your teeth. You are lying through your teeth. You are an anti-Semite who harassed people on the street. You lied and said you're a fan, and we did not follow your girlfriend. We followed you. You were with her the entire time. You admitted that you lied to her and
it's
said
on your own
that
video,
you are,
buddy.
You and now you're saying she was proud of you. You just said she's proud that you attacked me. I am sorry.
Yes.
I am sorry. Here's American tourists who my taxpayer money kept this country safe for 80 years since the Cold War. My money. They don't spend $1 on defense. I am an American tourist. I deserve to be treated with a simple respect.
You also live. Rabbi Schmuley.
Oh, so guess what? Not only is Rabbi Schmuley intent on making everybody not like Jewish people by purposefully. It's on purpose. It is on. I doubt he's that dumb. This is on purpose. But not only is he intent on that. But he's also intent on, like, making everyone hate Americans, too. Because he's, like, he's doing, like, the fucking arrogant American tourist. My country, you should treat me like a fucking king, because my country pays your defense budget. It's like when people get pulled over by the cops, and it's like, I pay your salary or whatever, as if they're personally paying the cop's salary.
You also live in a free... hang on one second. All three of us, Iceland, UK, America, all live in free democratic societies. If Samuel Goodmanson wants to say fuck Israel, he's legally allowed to say it. I wouldn't say it.
Is he allowed to harass me on the street?
Wait a minute.
With my
Let me finish. Let me finish talking.
In my, like, 1 hour in Iceland, I will say everybody there is, like, scarily nice. Very fucking nice.
Let me finish talking. Right? So I understand why you would be angry, but it doesn't justify the way that you harassed his girlfriend for 10 minutes.
So I did not harass his girlfriend.
And very upset.
Sorry.
You did.
That is your
You are
and you've accused him. And let me finish my point. No, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Not only did you...
I don't think I've ever seen Pierce actually get that mad.
Blaming the victim.
I don't think I've watched Pierce Morgan. Pierce used to have a series that I used to, because I was into true crime or whatever, where he'd like sit down and interview like a serial killer or whatever. That was his like thing. I don't even think in those interviews he got this mad. When he like had serial killers that were just like saying like ridiculous shit to him.
You are blaming the victim.
No, shut up, Schmuley.
You are blaming the victim. You are blaming the victim.
You have accused Samuel of being anti-Semitic and of hating Jews. Nothing that he has said, either in those video clips or here on this program, says that he is anti-Semitic or hates Jews. He just opposes what Israel has been doing in Gaza. And by the way, two-thirds of your own country, the United States, now have a negative view of what Israel, the state of Israel, has been doing in Gaza.
I think, honestly, a good way to reduce that number is to just call 2/3 of the country anti-Semitic for that opinion.
His opinion is not an outlier. You know that Israel's popularity around the world has been plummeting because
it's crazy too, because if you're Jewish, being Jewish does not even protect you from an anti-Semitic accusation anymore. They call you a capo or a gino, which is a Jew in name only, right? It's like you're not, like they do the Biden thing. If you don't like Israel, you're not Jewish or whatever.
The actions of Benjamin Netanyahu and his government. So the idea that because somebody criticizes Israel or the Israeli government, they are automatically Jew haters or anti-Semitic, as you have tried to frame this, is outrageous and completely wrong. He is not, from anything I've heard,
I think in the way he does it, yeah, I think a good way to platform Rabbi Schmuley and not increase, not like try and reinforce anti-Semitic attitudes would be to get like a prominent anti-Zionist Jew to debate him on here. It probably has, right? Have Norman Finkelstein and Rabbi Schmuley debated yet?
Semitic or anti-Jewish. So why say that?
May I respond?
You got nothing but respond.
No, excuse me. You asked me why I came to Iceland. I love this country. Its external beauty is unmatched. It should be actually reflected with an internal beauty. Are you aware, Pierce, that
the people are cool too. The people are very fucking nice. The people are very fucking nice there.
From 2016, had an Israeli first lady named Dorit Musayev, who was more popular even than her husband, the president. This country once loved Jews, even though they only allowed 8 Jews in during the entire Holocaust. They were under Denmarkian control. Denmark allowed 8,000 Jews. Wait a second. You're not letting me speak. You're not letting me speak.
That was before the extent. Listen. I understand if you're Jewish why you would. This would be very personal. Roosevelt's my favorite president. But I've spoken to other Jews where we don't like him because he had like turned away. There had been a ship turned away at port, carrying a bunch of Jews or whatever that ended up being going back to Germany, and almost everybody on board was exterminated. The truth is, although there were like early reports about sort of what was going on, the true extent of it was not fully known yet. Of like the Holocaust or whatever, the pressing nature of it was not fully known.
Israel?
A lot of it was, to be fair.
Israel accusing Israel, the only Jewish state in the world, of a genocide. When this country, this past Sunday, marched for LGBTQ rights, where Hamas takes
also how many Jews were even trying to go to Iceland
and castrates them? Where Hamas takes teenage girls and has their brothers kill them for having a girlfriend.
There's literally Israeli prisons where they use rape as punishment, and people protest outside when people try to regulate the rape that's going on. You have mainstream members of the Knesset that have photos of mass shooters up on their office wall.
Where Hamas has not had elections 2006, where Mahmoud Abbas is afraid to go to Gaza, and it's not been there since 2006 because the leader of the Palestinians would be killed. You want Jews to die.
I believe some real bullshit.
Without defense. Now,
Wait a minute. Rabbi Schmuley, sorry. You cannot say.
Are you denying that Ben Gvir had a photo of Brooke Goldstein up in his office? Are you denying that? And are you denying that he's a mainstream politician that's a part of Netanyahu's cabinet? Are you denying that sexual abuse had occurred in Israeli prisons, and when attempts were made to regulate it, right-wingers protested in Israel over this?
Sorry, you cannot say you just said he wants Jews to die. You've lost your mind, man. What are you talking about?
No, I said he doesn't want Jews to defend themselves. It's the same thing, like in the Second World War.
You said he wants Jews to die.
Excuse me. I said he wants Jews to be attacked.
You said he wants Jews to die.
That's right.
You said he wants Jews to die. I heard you.
Let me
I heard you say what you said.
let me be
Don't
clear.
lie about
October
it. We all heard what
yeah,
you said.
if October
This is
7th
an outrageous
happens again
claim.
without
This
an
attempt
IDF,
at character
Jews
assassination,
will
you're
die.
only shooting yourself in the leg.
Hamas has a constitution that calls for a second Holocaust of all the Jewish people. Without an IDF,
Yeah, no one's
I would
defending
be dead,
Hamas. Why are you
okay?
talking about
Talk
Hamas?
about everything
He's
but
saying
this
that
event
Israel
that we're
cannot
supposed
defend
to be
itself
talking
in
about. What is
Gaza.
going on?
Do you know how much? Do you know how much we give to their like defense budget? They have the Iron Dome. They have Israel is supposed to exist as a safe place for Jews. But you're arguing that the only way Jews can be safe living on that land is waging a war that kills far more civilians on the other side than they've lost, a war with no clear end goal in sight other than the complete destruction of the area, which they've turned into a parking lot, etc. If you have to do all of this to feel safe, that it probably is not a safe place. Probably is not a safe place. If what you're saying is true, which it isn't, I don't know why you would think this is like a safe, like this is the safe place for like simultaneously Israel's the only place that Jews can be safe, but simultaneously Israel like is never safe enough.
It is Hamas that uses
No, he's
children
not. He's not
as
saying that.
human
Nobody's
shields.
saying that.
And by the way,
Nobody's saying that.
A final comment.
Nobody's
because
saying that.
Listen, Pierce. It's a purely 2-on-1 debate. I don't mind. I've had worse thoughts. Okay.
Your blood pressure's up, Rabbi. Come on, wrap it up.
Your country, Pierce, had a 5-to-1 civilian to combatant death ratio in the Second World War. Churchill killed 5 German civilians for every 1 Wehrmacht soldier. Israel has killed 1-to-1, 1 civilian to 1
How do you know that?
terrorist combatant.
How do you know that?
That is
How do you know that?
You know that because I've debated this on your show 10,000
No,
times.
these numbers have not been. These numbers have not been established.
Yes, they have, and I've done
These
this
numbers have
1,000
not been
times.
established. No, they haven't. No, they
So
haven't.
I'm asking you.
No, they
I'm
haven't.
asking you.
It's an
one
absolute
question.
lie.
Here's what I'm asking.
You have no
Let me
idea it is
they have
1-on-1. You've
absolutely
no
been
idea.
established as a
You've just
1-to-1
invented.
combatant,
You've invented
even
that number.
according-
You've
even
invented that
according to-
number.
Even according
You've
to the
invented that
Hamas
number.
health ministry, which
And the
makes
reason
no
we don't know,
news.
and the reason
It's easy to prove.
the reason we
It's
don't
easy to
know
prove.
exactly,
70,000
the reason we
died,
don't, the reason we
35,000
don't, the reason we
terrorists.
don't know. The reason we don't know why how many civilians have died in Gaza is because 80% of Gaza got leveled to the ground, and the Israeli government will not let international journalists into Gaza to do their job, despite there being supposed ceasefire for many months.
That is
It's
a
completely outrageous.
fraudulent lie.
So none of it.
CNN and Fox
so
News
it
and
is not a
US have
lie.
been in Gaza. The New York Times has
It's
been in
not a-
Gaza.
no.
The AP has been in
No,
Gaza.
no.
Bloomberg has been in Gaza.
No,
The
stop
Star
lying.
has been in
Stop
Gaza.
lying.
I'm sorry.
Stop lying.
I'm sorry.
Stop
You
lying.
are not
Stop
telling the
lying.
truth.
Here's like the ultimate centrist. You either find him to be agreeable at points or like you fucking hate his guts at others.
Stop
You are
lying.
not telling
The
the truth.
only journalists who've been
I
allowed
find that I don't like him most of the time.
into Gaza have been embedded with the IDF. I want international media, given there's a
Because the
ceasefire,
media-
to be allowed to
because if
operate
they're not
free,
embedded with the
to be
IDF, they will be
operate,
killed by
to be
Gaza.
allowed to
What?
operate, to be. Well, you know what? You know what? The IDF has killed over 200 Palestinian journalists and tries to pretend they're all Hamas.
No.
which is
Didn't 3 hostages that escaped and get killed while waving white flags because IDF soldiers shot at them, and the like confusion was they didn't know that they were hostages? Or unless you're gonna say that's made up too. Doesn't it also call into question like the level of discipline or care for civilian life your army has if they're shooting at people waving white flags?
also an outrageous lie. So I'm afraid there's a lot of disinformation flying around. I want to give. No, that's a fact. 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 Oh, shut up about your blood libel. Let me bring in. Let me bring in Samuel. All right, can we mute Rabbi Schmuley a minute, please? Need him a minute. I want to give Samuel the chance to speak. Mute him, please.
Come on.
Thank you.
At your age, Rabbi.
Okay, Samuel, I've muted him, so we can't hear him now. Samuel, what do you want to say? I'll let you have the final word.
It's crazy that he's
Yeah, they literally killed 3. They shot and killed 3 hostages.
still playing the victim. 70,000 Palestinians killed.
No, it happened. I don't even need to ask you anymore. It happened.
Habitable for over 2 million people. The damage is already done. They're already almost at their final stage. They've wiped out Gaza. They've turned it into a wasteland, and they're talking about rebuilding it as a hotel resort. You know, what a life for a person to, if they even survive, that they can work as in a hotel as a housekeeping or maybe at the desk in the land where they once lived. And you can see this man is proud of this, and you can see that this man is completely incredulous, and he does not have any sympathy. He does not have any morals, and that is the reason why it drives people at the other side of the world in Iceland. People of good moral conscience here in Iceland. We're a strong, independent.
All right, how many living captives were taken October 7th? 250 captives and like bodies were taken on October 7th. Okay. Do you know Gaza's a population of what, 2 million? Do you know statistically, for that to have even happened, where 3 of the freed hostages were shot and killed while waving a white flag. Do you know the probability of that just happening by an individual problem amongst like a couple soldiers?
and moral
It
people.
shows like it literally it demonstrates the army's complete lack of regard and actual like intentional murder of taking of civilian lives.
It drives us to say we don't like this and we're going to say something about it, and that's why you have us. We were at the forefront. And
Plutarch, why would the Israeli military shoot hostages waving a white flag if they're truly not targeting civilians in Gaza? Why would they shoot non-uniformed hostages that even come from their side that are waving a white flag if it is not if they truly are doing their best efforts to protect civilian life?
And okay, sorry.
No, listen, I appreciate you coming on.
May I respond?
Rabbi Schmuley, yes,
May I respond?
I've unmuted you. But what I want to play you is this is a mashup of your confrontations with members of the public in various countries. Let's take a look.
Wait, guys, why are you running away? What'd you say? Yo, it's you! Fuck you, bro! Yo, fuck you! You think you could dress like this in Dallas? No. Jesus is my fellow Jew! I wrote a book called Kosher Jesus! I wrote a book called Kosher Jesus! This coward, disgusting anti-Semite, said in front of the entire public that I am a power broker for Jeffrey Epstein. Wait, so you recognize me from Pierce Morgan?
You have a lot of insight into combat theaters. Where did you serve? You don't need to actually serve in combat to know what a white flag means. You don't actually need to serve to know what a white flag means and not to purposefully shoot unarmed civilians.
You said you don't agree with my views about what? Your president, is that you support Argentina? Javier Milei loves Israel. Javier Milei loves Israel. Javier Milei loves Israel. Just walk over to me and start screaming free Palestine because I wear a yarmulke? How is it that a British man is allowed to...
You can never criticize an army. You can never criticize an army if you haven't served.
Walk over to a Jew. An anti-Semite walks over, attacks a Jew at an airport. How does he have a visa here?
No, I would put it to you, Rabbi Schmuley, that you love this stuff. It gives you a lot of attention.
Maybe they didn't see the flag. Okay, so any sign of life in Gaza that isn't waving a flag should be shot on sight. Assuming they didn't see the flag, why would they didn't see a gun either because they were completely unarmed. They didn't see a suicide vest. They didn't see it. So why was their reaction to just shoot?
A lot of clips, and that often you go out of your way to harass people whilst playing the victim. And I don't understand why you need to do that. It's a free country. People want to say what they want to say. Fine, let them. I have an argument with them, fine. But to film yourself going after people in the streets around the world constantly, you're clearly doing this for clicks. You're doing it.
Listen to what Morgan said. Hold up.
A British man is allowed to walk over to a Jew. An anti-Semite walks over, attacks a Jew at an airport. How does he have a visa here?
Now, I would put it to you, Rabbi Schmuley, that you love this stuff. It gives you a lot of attention, a lot of clips, and that often you go out of your way to harass people whilst playing the victim. And I don't understand why you need to do that. It's a free country. People want to say what they want to say. Fine, let them. I have an argument with them. Fine. But to film yourself...
What is he actually accomplishing?
...going after people in the streets around the world constantly, you're clearly doing this for clicks. You're doing it for, to be popular, whatever you think you're being. I looked at the comments under your post where you posted this encounter with Samuel. I don't know whether you've had a chance to read them. They are unrelentingly hostile and negative to you. And these are people, largely, who follow you on social media. At some point, the penny should drop, Rabbi Schmuley, that yes, it's not nice when people come up and say, fuck Israel to you, but that doesn't make them anti-Semitic. It doesn't make them a Jew hater. It means they don't like what the Israeli government is doing right now. And by the way, nor do most people around the world, actually, according to all the polls. So to try and conflate...
For no reason. For absolutely no reason.
Criticism
no reason at all.
...of a state or a government with Jew-hating or anti-Semitism, I think is one of the laziest tropes.
And it doesn't work. So I don't know why they keep trying... Like, it doesn't work.
Insidious tropes out there right now. Nothing Samuel has said makes me think he hates Jewish people or is anti-Semitic. He just doesn't like what Israel's doing in Gaza and other places, and nor do a lot of people. So you can have a problem with him being rude to you, and I agree with you. But the way you went after him for 10 minutes...
I don't know, neither... Do you understand what this logic... What you can justify under your logic? You're assuming that it was that they had good intentions. You automatically load that into your argument and claim that we just can't know. So we just assume that the intentions were fine. Why would that be the assumption? If I hear that somebody saw, not just one civilian, 3 civilians, none of which had arms, like guns, they had arms, right? And none of which were waving, or all of which were waving white flags, and decided to shoot anyways, I would assume a war crime has just happened. That would be my default assumption.
Way that his girlfriend was clearly very upset, intimidated, and felt harassed by you, you would do that with impunity and be proud of it. And we just showed a mashup of you doing this.
Because it's not about just those 3. It's a demonstration of the false. It's a demonstration of the lie that Israel holds civilian life to such. They put such extreme care into mitigating civilian deaths.
relentlessly makes me think you're doing this for publicity and clicks and playing the victim.
Hamas intentionally, that doesn't give you an excuse to then just kill all civilians because they might be Hamas. I have a question for you. If we had like a concert hall of, I don't know, let's say like 600 people, and we know that one person in the building is Hamas, is it okay to just kill all 600 to get that guy?
Yeah,
and
it's Machiavellian. It's Machiavellian. He doesn't care.
May I respond? May I respond? Where Samuel
let him
respond. And it's a 2-on-1.
Let him respond, Samuel.
You know, Pierce. This is a sad day. This is a sad day for you personally. I'll tell you why. Because
no, it's not.
I didn't call you. No. Well, now you won't even let me speak. Will you let me speak? This is a sad day for you personally, Pierce. First of all, you get 1,000 times more negative messages. You get 1,000 times more negative messages on your feeds than I do, orders of magnitude. But I like you because you don't care what people say. Neither do I. I will stand for righteousness. Don't bring up what people comment. I couldn't care less. Number two, your producers called me. Your producers called me to be on the show. So don't talk to me about clickbait. You're using.
Maybe the guy. See what you just justified there. You've just you've just admitted it, right? You think everyone in Gaza deserves to die because Hamas is there. You've just demonstrated your logic. I actually don't think that should happen.
Number 3. I only film people who threaten my life or attack me, like some of the clips you showed. I was physically assaulted in Vienna by 2 of my Palestinian brothers and sisters. I was physically attacked in Florida in a hotel where a man said, I'm going to take you out, and threatened to kill me and called me a baby killer. Jews have been called baby killers beginning in your country in Norwich, going back 1,000 years when we were accused of drinking the blood of Christians. There have been many decent Icelanders who have issues with the policies of the Israeli government, which they should, because Israel's a democracy, and have walked over and said, I'm ashamed at Samuel. I'm ashamed at my country. The man who set up—
It's a democracy where somehow a politician can be found to have a framed image of a mass shooter up in his office and still hold office.
This interview for your people you hired wrote to me saying I'm
and the guy that appoints that guy onto his cabinet is somehow prime minister.
Ashamed of the way my country has treated you. Samuel opened a can of worms for my 1-year-old grandson and my 4 children to be harassed, attacked, assaulted, feared for our lives. I can't walk down the street.
What did you do when you posted the face of my girlfriend?
And Rabbi Schmuley took a photo with that guy, by the way. Rabbi Schmuley took a photo with Ben Gvir.
I'm not a violent man. I have never touched—
No, don't be dumb. What do you mean, don't be dumb? Ben Gvir, who is under Netanyahu's cabinet, Netanyahu being the prime minister of Israel, had a photo of Baruch Goldstein on his wall. Baruch Goldstein was an off-duty IDF soldier who decided under his own volition to walk into a mosque where civilians were praying, and he gunned down 20 people. Ben Gvir had a portrait of that guy on his office wall.
The motive behind that.
I have no. The only. Excuse me.
We've got in total.
The only defense I have. The only defense.
Kill my girlfriend.
The only defense I have.
Israelis. He didn't even have a.
The only defense I have, Pierce.
He was going to find her family.
The only defense I have, Pierce.
I'm still answering hundreds of positive messages.
The only because there are that many anti-Semites in the world, sadly. But let me tell you something, Pierce. The only defense I have is something that we Americans call. You muted me, but you won't mute him. This is a 2-on-1. Can I respond to your question, or will you not mute him?
In the street for saying thank you for dealing with it.
Don't be a 2-on-1 when I'm not even speaking.
The only defense I have is something called the First Amendment enshrined in my Constitution to record or film or respond to an absolute tsunami and wave of Jewish tourists being assaulted in Barcelona 2 days ago, being attacked in Athens 3 days ago. There's a couple missing in Austria, Jewish women. Jewish tourists are being assaulted. Now, let me make one point. I'm not Israeli. I'm American. My taxpayers gives this man the right to speak freely for the past 80 years.
Wait, I'm actually just so curious. Let's fact check it.
Athens 3 days ago. There's a couple tourists being assaulted in Barcelona.
Let's look. Guess what? You know what? Why Barcelona rings a bell for me? Barcelona is having a problem of hostility towards all tourists. People are being shot with water guns because of home price. There's some issue with people have some issue with tourism. There's something about price. I don't even fucking know. But the issue is like with all tourists. So I'm very curious to see if the example he's just listed was because the guy was Jewish. Not that it's okay regardless, right? In early July 2026, a group of French Jewish tourists were chased and harassed by a hostile crowd.
2 days ago, being attacked in Athens 3 days ago.
Jewish tourist Athens. Let's look at the attacks. All right. I'm just curious. The attacks. Yeah, none of this. The source here is, hold up, what the fuck? Where'd my OBS just go?
There's a couple missing in Austria, a Jewish woman. Jewish tourists are being assaulted. Now, let me make one point. I'm not Israeli. I'm American. My taxpayers gives this man the right to speak freely for the past 80 years. And let me tell you what he's doing. He might say that a couple of people will write to him. He is destroying tourism. I have received tens of thousands of messages from Americans saying we will not go.
Why do you hate your... I don't hate my own people. That's just not... that's the laziest fucking... it's the most thought-terminating way to, like, dispute... You're allowed to hold political opinions and be Jewish, believe it or not. Like, you're allowed to have differing opinions that don't align with the ethnic collective. He thinks anti-Semites will leave him alone if you... I don't think anyone will leave me alone. But I think I'm far more likely to get fucking attacked for being, like, an annoying, provocative fuck, or to get, like, than I am for being Jewish in this country.
To this country that Iceland calls...
Oh, what a load of crap.
Trump.
What a load of crap, honestly.
They call Trump, Trump Hitler. No, this is a attack on America.
If I wanted the acceptance of anti-Semites, I'd become a groiper. I'm not. I'm a lefty, right? I advocate for things that anti-Semites notoriously hate. I actually believe we can accept refugees. I believe in social welfare. I believe...
American Jews,
all right, I'm going to give the final word to Samuel. Final word to Samuel.
Of course you will, because it's been attacked from day one.
No, because you've been talking. You've had twice the airtime that he's had. You've had twice the airtime that he's had. Samuel, final word to you.
Let me ask you, Rabbi, are you still in the country?
That is none of your business. Do you want your friends to come and beat me up? Do you want your friends to come and harass me? How dare you ask that? You are a dangerous man, and I...
Send me ideas for what to put on this wall. I don't know what I should put up.
I'll never tell you, God forbid. That just shows his intentions. Now you see his intentions. Now you clearly see his intentions. How disgusting a question. Are you the Prime Minister licensed to evict me? Are you the police? You know, in my country, impersonating the police is a felony.
All right, can you mute Rabbi Schmuley so I can hear the last word, please?
Rabbi, be good. Let me finish.
Mute Rabbi Schmuley again so I can listen to Samuel. All right, Samuel, final word.
This question is because the International Court of Justice is, of course, is an ongoing investigation started by South Africa, I believe, accusing Israel of war crimes. Now, war crimes have an international response that they apply internationally, and they should be treated as such, and they should be punished as such. Now, quite recently, I don't know the exact date, Icelandic criminal law became intertwined with international war crime laws, meaning that if you are suspected of being committing a war crime, aka a genocide, you can be arrested in our country. So that's why I asked, because if you're not out already, I would take your IDFs on and get the hell out while you still can, before cops get wise to you.
May I respond, please? May I respond? May I respond?
Go on.
May I respond?
I would ask Rabbi Schmuley, because how does he make money outside of the dildo shop? I would ask him what organizations are paying him. He's obviously being paid by somebody, right?
Samuel,
yes.
You should read the news. You should read the news sometime. The ICC prosecutor who brought those charges against Israel, which are charges, it's not a trial. His name is Karim Khan. He was fired and suspended by the ICC. Excuse me. He won't let me respond. Karim Khan, the ICC prosecutor, was arrested by the ICC, and he was arrested and he was forced to resign for what you did. He abused a woman, and she came forward on CNN.
Right. That's genetic fallacy, A. B, it's interesting how the charges weren't dropped despite him being fired. It's almost like that other prosecutors are independently still trying to bring those charges.
And he was fired, and it was
okay.
What you did to your girlfriend, and involving her in a hate crime without talking about my girlfriend, misogyny, female abuse, and I feel sorry for her.
I'm sure that this is really going to win people over.
I feel sorry for what you did
that's
to her.
outrageous. It's outrageous. It's actually what you did to his girlfriend that's the problem.
No, that's your opinion, Pierce. It's a two-on-one debate for me.
There's plenty. I've literally only in my lifetime seen like a single leftist anti-Semite in my entire life.
It's my opinion.
For a second.
It's my opinion.
It's a two-on-one debate. I've had worse odds.
And I'm protected. To quote somebody a little earlier, I'm protected by my First Amendment rights to have my opinion, and I'm going to stick to it. Thank you, Samuel. Thank you, Rabbi Schmuley. I'm going to leave it there. No, that's it. Actually, no, that means you don't understand your own country's law, because when I'm here in the United States, I am protected by your First Amendment rights.
Are you in the United States?
Are you in the United States?
I thought you broadcast from London.
I'm in Los Angeles.
Oh, then say that.
I'm in Los Angeles.
Thank God you are now protected by American rights. You are very lucky. Because in Britain, people are being arrested for tweets.
I'm glad.
People are being banned from the country for respectfully debated political opinions. People are being barred from the whole country.
I'm glad I had a chance to explain your constitutional rights to you. Thank you both very much indeed. A lot of hot air has again been expended this week on Hassan Piker's fondness for Chairman Mao.
Well, that's that. Like Hassan, I've yet to see an argument that he's or a good argument that he's anti-Semitic. Hasn't he like unilaterally across multiple streams called for people to separate in their mind Zionism and Judaism, right? And to not let hatred for the Israeli nation state carry over to the Jewish people as a whole. Multiple times has platformed prominent Jewish anti-Zionist voices, right? Has at every turn, to my knowledge, made an effort to distinguish the two, which, believe it or not, does more to prevent anti-Semitism in the diaspora than people like Rabbi Schmuley, who like to equate the existence of individuals with the action of a nation state they might have not even been to.
How and the rise of socialism in America.
Check inbox for Stale's video. What is this?
I'm Brian. No.
This guy's so funny, man.
Schmuley, who is joining us now.
Wait, fuck, wrong link.
I'm Brian, known as Stale 2000 Online, and I'm a 35-year-old AI software engineer working in San Francisco. And I'm the most famous Reddit moderator in the world. I will win Monopoly because I'm good at manipulation. I spent 3 years infiltrating a subreddit, playing Reddit moderators against each other.
How can you hate this guy, man? He's him. He's him. He's not ashamed of anything. He's just him.
Do a hostile takeover. And although Reddit kicked
he
me
has
off
absolutely zero sense of
the
embarrassment.
top moderator for falling for a game show scam, I learned a ton about scams in the processes. For example, I could sell Boardwalk in exchange for the Orange Properties, which is the secret most valuable property in the game. I'm also good at corporate espionage. I snuck into the Reddit HQ yesterday to an event that I was not invited to, and I met the CEO. I will fly.
Why are you confessing that?
Under the radar of competitors. Some people have said that I have Asperger's syndrome, which I can assure you is not true, but it's a good excuse to fly under the radar and have people not take you seriously. I'm in it for the money. I will manipulate and scam my way to the top while everybody thinks I'm an autistic, non-threatening nerd. And
that's how I feel. That's how I feel.
I will spend all the money on internet pranks.
That's so cool, man. He made another video I wanted to check out. How many? Only 31 views? What the fuck? Also, by the way, if you guys haven't already, we're going to end stream soon. We're 30 way to stream the goal. If anyone wants to help us out, you can tip. And if you can't, another great way to help us out is to like. We have 50 likes. We've had over 100 watching the whole stream. We can get up to 80, can't we? Can't we, folks? It's easy, free. So Stale. What's his Twitter? Stale 2000? Here it is. He also made another video I wanted to check out. I saw this on... It's 16... Okay, maybe we have a second. Maybe we're going to watch this.
Creator Apocalypse, our DMCNA. And I am here today to empower you with these dreaded...
What is happening with his... He has, like, this AI that, like... affects his eyes.
Weapons to use against...
Yo, thank you for the 10. Let it go, New Zealand. Much appreciated.
Your enemies as you see fit. I will be going over a few common strategies, attack vectors, and examples of situations that people are already aware of how these dark 4 letters can be used. And then I will be going over some lesser-known attack vectors that are only now possible because of recent changes to copyright law called the Case Act that makes it extraordinarily easy, free to go after anybody.
Fox Poe?
That nobody...
That's what he calls it, a Fox Poe.
On the internet has yet to discover. This script has been fact-checked using ChatGPT. So if anything is wrong, please let the CEO of OpenAI, Sam Altman, know, or make a transformative video response as to why I'm in.
It's like he has the Rabbi Schmuley thing where I wonder how much of it's on purpose.
I take zero responsibility or liability for the use or misuse of these dark and dangerous powers that you have learned from listening to a drama YouTuber. So if you screw up and the black magic of completely untested novel copyright law interpretations blows up in your face, well, that's on you, and I ain't offering to pay your legal bills. The Digital Millennial Copyright Act, or DMCA for short, is the standard way that digital copyright owners are disputed. If someone uploads a copy of your copyrighted material whether that be a song, movie, a picture, or even one of your YouTube videos, without your permission, there's a specific process for getting that taken down, as well as escalating it to more serious content, or even a physical address or a phone number that you can submit a link to the content that you own on the website. And if the website wants to maintain its legal safe harbor immunity from lawsuits by posting your content without your permission, then it has to fairly immediately take down that content. Additionally, you have to swear under penalty of perjury that you are submitting this claim in good faith because very much. So what happens if somebody DMCA's a transformative reaction content that you did of somebody where the person disagrees that it was illegal and they say that it was actually in fair use for them to upload that content? So the claim was false or arguably false in some way. What you can do next is you can submit a DMCA counterclaim in response to the DMCA claim. It will be another form where you submit your own sworn statement under penalty of perjury that says, actually, this DMCA claim was a mistake. I have a right to upload this content. Maybe it's fair use. Maybe I own it. So please, internet platform, reinstate this content, put it back up on the website. After you submit a message to the platform like that, the platform is now obligated by law to put that content back up.
Okay, this is like, great job, Stale. Great job. Another Stale W, common Stale W. Looking forward to looking forward to the Monopoly game. Looking forward to the Monopoly game. I actually do need something to put on this wall, folks. So if you have any ideas, once again, put it in an inbox. I'll check it out. The winner will have the satisfaction of knowing that their memory is from my wall. Anyways, thank you guys, as always, for watching the stream. I'll be live again tomorrow, and I will see you guys soon. Thanks for watching. Like on your way out if you haven't already. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.